Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast. What is it now? Fucking 245 episodes? Good God. Yeah, I am your returning host, Bezic. Yeah, and today I am joined by the one, the only, the sniffliest of both chefs, Mr. Trim.
Hello. Good to be back. I hate sniffles. Fuck's sake. I blame the fucking bone.
The sniffles are why you get your money's worth in the editing. Just sitting there for scrolling through an hour worth of sniffles and removing them all. Oh, Monkey's here. I'll be damned. Hello. Who else do we have?
And so you shall.
Yeah, who else do we have? We have Cassell. Oh, God. Cassivelanus Honestus. Mr. Honestus? We have Trim, apparently. LGM. Callum is lurking and should be very, very careful to make sure no police hear what's playing on his phone. Apparently, Callum's out and about meeting like-minded individuals.
Yeah, well, that was his first
mistake.
And of course, because two or more people to the right of Hitler, who was a communist, remember, are meeting, there's at least 2 van loads of Gestapo.
Oh, right. There might be gunfire, but knowing how good Brits are with that,
it's not Northern Ireland.
That's true.
We've got Marco, we've got Silver, Monkey, as said, died earlier, Bobcat's in. Or rather, Bobcat's not in. Or he's not a Bobcat, but he's in. One of them. At least he's not a white woman, so he doesn't have a Bobcat in him.
So I just have to roll back for a second, though, about trimming his nose. So all I'm hearing is that he has sniffles.
Wow, you came up with that one by yourself, genius?
Hey, it's you. It's a low-hanging fruit. I'm not going to put effort into it.
Fair. You're still just annoyed by the fucking puns they made where we play the Helldivers.
Can you blame me?
I have a cure for
that. No! Wait, I'm white.
Oh my God,
I'm
the
a
amount
ginger,
of
not a
yeah, well, fuck, where was I? It's fucking ruined so many social media videos for me. It's like, oh, that's interesting. Beat. Oh, for fuck. Scroll down to the comments and everyone's talking about the hood bird. Oh, dear.
Every time you see a video with a certain ethnicity having a shit take, you always hear that beep.
Mm-hmm. So, yes, and to round it out, with the Americans, we have, of course, Mr. Bleach Statement.
Greetings, salutations.
And Mr. Fat Dive.
Hello, good morning. Still getting the Chuck Norris presentation organized here. But yeah, hello. It's a wonderful day here. The weather's fucking gorgeous. And gonna go hang out with my folks later.
Nice.
So, yeah, it's a good day today.
Oh, Maureen's here and slightly gay, like most women.
You
just have it creeping.
Oh, dearie. So, well, let's get into some quick fire shilling, or as quick as we can possibly make it, because it's us. If you would like to support the show directly financially, you can join us on Subscribestar and get access to some special secret perks, such as getting your name in the video credits. You get to vote in any polls if we run them. At some point, we should actually do something that requires running a poll. You also get, while Discord lasts, access to special roles and channels there. Going up to Vizier and Tier for $15, you can submit written comments that'll be read live on the show. And this is where I'd read one out if I had one. You also get to join us for the month of gaming hangouts. When are those, Trim?
Would be, was it tomorrow? Question mark.
Well organized, like everything we do.
Exactly. You see, other people have standards to achieve. We have a lack of standards we need to achieve.
Maureen's typing in her native language.
Or she's having a stroke. I'm not sure.
How can you tell the difference?
I don't.
Ah, that's the problem.
Oh, she's speaking in Ebonics. Oh.
Ah, shit.
Is that really speaking?
Not really. It's more like just making guttural noises.
Oh dear. Yes, and going on, of course, the Grand Vizier tier. If you want to support us there as well, you can submit video comments and we'll view them live. Trim needs to confirm whether we're going to do a hangout tomorrow or next Sunday.
Considering some stuff is gonna happen, might happen tomorrow with the greenhouse, we
next Sunday then.
It to the 29th. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
It's actually time to react and plan.
No, can't be.
I'll fuck those plans up, regardless. So don't start making any.
Oh dear.
Fucking poor Bessic just having it. Poor Bessic's having a break that's like, it never works.
For a change, let's look at someone who can schedule shit in advance. Over on Dave's channel.
Yeah.
This week, the Auto Circle is doing. Oh god, that sounds awfully French.
It is. It's Jean-Henri Fragonard. I fucking have to struggle to say that every fucking time.
That sounded like something else.
Fragonard. It's Jean-Henri Fragonard, and he's a it's a Rococo painter. So this is after the Baroque, before Neoclassicism. This is the artwork of the aristocracy in France before the French Revolution. And so we're going to be talking about the French aristocracy and the kind of, I guess, decadence that led to the revolution in the first place. But the artwork is quite good. He was a very talented artist, and the style itself is heavily embellished and very detailed. And so Maureen says she hears an echo. Who's you hearing an echo from, Maureen? Or do you just have two windows open? Because I've made that mistake too. But yeah, so
especially when you're monitoring a couple of charts.
Right. An echo from me?
I don't hear an echo.
Interesting.
That's very interesting, because I'm not seeing Dave light up anywhere.
Huh. Let me make sure my crisp and everything is turned on. But yeah, anyhow, that's who we're going to be talking about. Jean-Henri Fragonard, the French Rococo artist, while he was the peak of the Rococo period. And then from there, we'll be going on to Neoclassicism and then Romanticism. So that will be eventually we'll be talking, I don't think next week, but the week after that, we're going to be talking about Caspar David Friedrich, the who Tristan, if he was in the chat, would know exactly who that is, because that's the guy who did his painting. His painting is based on, or his icon is based on that guy's painting. So anyhow, that's what's coming up on Audis Circle this week, at 9 a.m. Australian on Wednesday, and
Only the best and most convenient of times.
Yeah,
Of course.
and 7 p.m. Eastern time for American, which I think is GMT +5. So
Midnight my time.
yeah, right
Then you
around
have
there.
no excuse, Trim.
So yeah.
Can you do me a favor? Say Fragonard 5 times fast.
No.
Fragonar. It's hard.
Fragonar, 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 Fragonar.
Fragonar. It's a.
Dear.
I'm gonna have to be very careful about my pronunciation during that stream. So
Yes.
should be a good time. And if you didn't get a chance to check out the Terbruggen stream from last week, I thought that was exceptional. I was really proud of that presentation, and I thought that the stories and the artwork were phenomenal. In fact, I think I liked his stuff more than Van Dyke, who was just another phenomenal artist.
Yeah.
So yeah, check that out, and leave a comment, share, whatever. Do what you're gonna do. But yeah, that's what's coming up. French Rococo. He'll be one of the very few Frenchmen that we cover, because fuck France.
Yeah, bloody French.
But we are getting to see what led. You know, once you see some of the stuff, you'll be like, oh, okay, I understand why the poor people rose up. It makes sense now. I get it why
Yeah.
they did that.
Yeah.
So
Problem is, they replaced it with a succession of more retarded emperors. Good job.
yeah,
France.
well, I mean, it's gay all the way down because it's French. So what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
Invade. As is tradition.
Yeah. Well, that's what Senegal decided to do. So
Currently, yes.
yeah,
Yeah, so you can catch that
that's
on
what Senegal
Total.
and the North Africans are doing.
Yeah, you can catch that in
Yeah.
Total Blackout Painting or over on Bleach's channel, maybe, possibly.
If my internet doesn't crash, because I don't have time for that.
Yeah. Alternatively, if you'd like something pre-recorded, you can watch at your own leisure. You can go over to Trim's Art Shack and check out his latest
Yep.
video.
Me and Besic are gonna start covering Dresden Files.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm trying to contain the autism. Since we can't get Trim to
Well,
shut the fuck
good
up
luck.
about the Dresden Files, we might as well turn it into content.
Exactly. So his idea, he just popped out. It's like, hey, what's your favorite fight? Draw that. So while I spurg about Dresden Files and why I love it, Besic is gonna be there, as he likes the books too, but he also has some good criticism and pointers about it too. So it kind of mellows out a bit with my outright fanaticism. Besic is far more reasonable. Which kind of is how the
Reasonable,
world works,
jaded,
isn't it?
one of the two. I
Same
think
thing,
I've
really.
probably
When you get
read-
when you get old enough, you realize that certain points of being jaded is just being reasonable.
Yeah.
Certain points, Dave.
I could really derail this, but I'm not.
Yeah, I've probably read a lot
Trim's
more
just going to
books.
try and fail to make another. He's going to try and fail to make another defense of the
Prequels.
prequels.
You can do
Yeah,
it. Come on, Dave. There you
I
go.
would-
yeah. Sorry.
What's that, Trim? You want to watch the Christmas special again?
That doesn't count as a prequel, though. That's a sequel.
Well, you've got to defend the prequels. You need to look for that.
Inspired by Trim. Holy Trim's
Yes.
idea. Trim gave George Lucas the idea for the Christmas special.
Yes, Trim the
Just don't
Cave
forget.
Troll. And,
Trim the Cave Troll.
as described in the documentary over on Total
Yeah.
Blackout Painting.
Documentary we did
Man,
last week.
I laughed my ass
Or I mean
off on
last
that
season.
one.
Yeah. Yeah, as I was
was a good
saying, I've probably read a lot more books than Trim has. So I've seen the tropes before. All the tropes. So, yeah.
We were talking about a dude who could do 100 books a month, so yeah.
100 would be pushing it. 30, though, as well within the realms of possibility.
They're still entertaining though. That's my so that's my take on them. Tropey or not, Dresden Files books are still entertaining.
Yeah.
Unless
you read unless you read the first 5 in a week. That really highlights the deficiencies. That compounds the deficiencies, in my opinion. But no, they are still fun. Mostly. But in about a year's time, when we get there, Trim, when I will talk about what is it? Battle something?
Battlefields.
Battlefields.
That was Battle. Yeah.
And then we'll talk
Battlegrounds.
Battlegrounds, yes.
Oh,
But
that's gonna suck so fucking.
I've read a shit ton of Dean Koontz books.
Ooh.
So
So you're well used to main characters getting violently
really
abused by the author.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I also read some Dan Brown novels too. You know, the Da Vinci Code guy. I read the Da Vinci Code, and then what was the prequel to that? And then there was another one that he wrote, and Jesus Christ. Angels and Demons, and then something was like Charter Point or something. I don't know. Book was fucking awful. Yeah, Da Vinci Code is hacky as shit too. So, Angels and Demons is better, yet still hacky as shit.
Speaking of hacky as shit books, I'm going to derail this really far. Someone posted in one of the assorted channels that some idiot is selling like a $10,000 book or something that's like fucking gilded, and I went and looked at the synopsis for the book, and I'm like, I wouldn't pay fucking shit for this, even with the gold. It's the most fucking pretentious paint by numbers crap I've ever seen. And
so basically what I'm hearing is somebody gilded a copy of Twilight.
Frankly, that's probably got as much literary merit. So yes, that's an accurate summary. That's an accurate comparison.
Or Jane Austen.
Frankly, I think Jane Austen has slightly more literary merit than that.
Yeah.
But that's just because this book's so crap.
The Brian Herbert Dune books are absolute fucking garbage.
Oh, there we agree, dude. Fucking hell. Talk about trying to reach the legacy of your father and failing.
If I could remember the title, Maureen, I probably would have started with that. It's someone posted it somewhere on the bloody Discord. It was probably in the main channel that then just got drowned in far more important things.
I think Pride and Prejudice was a good book. I enjoyed it. I'll take it. You say what you want. I enjoyed Pride and Prejudice.
As long as
I haven't read that. What's it about?
Wuthering Heights.
God, I fucking hate that book. Hey, I
didn't read that one.
Build time travel. It's up there with Silas Marner. It's like some of the worst literature ever made. If I could travel through time along with Karl Marx, I would probably be taking out those authors too.
Ah, there it is. It was this stupid thing, Maureen, if it would like to load. Oh God, why is it so low quality?
Well, you'd only have to sell one of those, so no guts, no glory, I guess.
True, but
Yeah.
oh yeah, Red Rising. It is the most fucking pretentious, evil empire paint by numbers crap I've ever seen. And so I went googling around, and on all the websites, people are like, why is this popular? It sucks. But everyone's like, oh, but he wrote the sequels are better. He wrote the first book shit on purpose to get a 10.
Uh-huh.
Because they're like, oh, he wrote it as like young adults, but then he wrote the sequels and it's like, okay, so you changed genres between the first and second book of your series. Are you sure you're not a retard? Nice bait and switch.
Now, a book I do like. A book I do like, and it does kind of shift tone a bit between the first, second, and third novels, is the Metro book series by Dmitry Gulahovsky.
That's the ones
Those
the
are
video
pretty good,
games
yeah.
are based on.
Right, and they're far superior to the video games.
That's not hard. The video games suck.
No.
Well, as video games, they're
you know.
competent, but I don't know. I found the storytelling in the games to be a bit meh. The gameplay's fine, but the storytelling's.
The novels are really well constructed by comparison, and to the point where the exposition is not like you figure it all out in the first 10 pages, which is nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where were we? Ah, yes. Finishing off the shilling. So yes, 2 hours of Trim and I talking about the Dresden Files. There.
It was awesome.
And we did a reasonably good job of not spoiling anything past the first book. So if you would like to read along, we're probably going to do them about one a month, basically so I don't beat my head off with a cinder block. Because reading those books too close together did a number on me. Especially after I got to book 6 and then went and spoiled myself because there was some utter bullshit that I personally couldn't handle. Without going, I've got to see how this turns out to see if the rest of this is worth reading. But you should check that out in about 5 months. But if you'd like to read along, we're going to do them about one book a month.
Yeah. The best part is I know exactly what Basic's pissed off about, and I'm not really happy about it either, but I'm able to deal with it better.
Yeah, again, don't read 5 books in a week. Maybe give him about a month in between, in fact. Alternatively, pick up the audio books, which is apparently the best way to do it, unless you read at about 7 times the speed that someone reads aloud.
See, that's what I had them on I have all the audio books, and me and my boy used to listen to them in the car whenever.
Oh, nice.
Whenever we were driving somewhere,
Yeah.
so we listened to all the Dune books. We listened to all the Dresden Files books that way. We listened to. Actually, we didn't make it through all the Dune books, but we came close. And then so that's how we consumed the Dresden Files books, because James Marsters does a fantastic reading of them.
Oh yeah, he's awesome. To me he is Harry Dresden.
Yeah.
So yeah, I highly recommend getting the audiobook if you aren't autistic about reading. But yeah, I highly recommend read the book, watch the video, and then or read the next book before the next video, and we will all have a read along.
Exactly.
A book a month is probably a good rate to. Bleach is going to go read something sophisticated and possibly in German.
Yes, Cops 125 by Ernst Junger.
See?
I'll stick to my fiction. It's better than being too much on the whole realism thing, because that gets depressing as you get to newer eras.
I mean,
yeah, right.
I'm just fascinated by Junger's philosophy. It's kind of one that I've been more and more adopting myself. over the years and not realizing that I have been. So it's kind of fascinating.
Yeah. Philosophy is great to read. And but as long as you realize that there's no such thing as a utopia, but there is very much a thing as a dystopia.
Yeah, very much so.
Like right now.
Junger's one of his big premises, because he was a World War I German combat vet. Got shot multiple times. It Storm of Steel, which is a fantastic book. He kind of comes to this philosophical conclusion that peace is very much an illusion, and that struggle, whether external or internal, is one of the great ways towards enlightenment. And towards the end of his life, he became more and more Christian in his focus after being pretty much an atheist most of his formative years. So I find that fascinating, because it's like what he thought he was rejecting was more this frou-frou, turn the other cheek bullshit that everybody makes mistakes of now. So needless to say, that's captivated me, as well as the whole premise that war and struggle is inevitable and that peace is the illusion.
Yeah,
I find that fascinating.
Yeah, remember, with the whole turn the other cheek is you let the guy have a go, and then you're like, no, you're a fucking idiot. Don't do that again. And then if he slaps the other cheek, you run him through with your sword.
Exactly. Because you have to sell your cloak to buy a sword, because the world's a dangerous place.
Exactly.
Anyway, that's we're diverging into Jungerism, and I have to have my Jungerisms later.
Yeah. Oh dear. And just to round off, we'll just round off the shilling. I has a YouTube channel, so does Disco. Disco is hopefully gonna be well soon. Dear God, she's been sick for ages.
Oh, poor thing.
Yeah, it's been like, what, a month that she's been under the weather? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, easily.
And
easily a month.
Yeah. My mom got hit by something similar, and she's been down for almost 2 months now. So it's
yeah. But your mother doesn't stream for a living like poor Disco.
No, it's worse. She works in public health care.
Ooh. Lovely.
I tell her maybe you shouldn't do that so much because you bring work with you, but no. That poor woman's gonna work herself into an early fucking grave, I swear to God.
That's right. If you're it's a bad way to do it. Don't bring your work home with you if you're in healthcare.
Yep.
Yeah, my mom's greatest weakness is that she cares too much.
And this is why women should never have the right to vote.
That's true.
We're going to hear, damn it, Asher, any second now.
Right.
Well, at least my mom's getting better. That's nice.
That's something at least. So, Mr. Trim, who may have to go running around in a bit, wants to talk to us about a dirty, rotten whore.
Yes. The dirtiest and rottenest of them. So rotten, she was known around the town as the South Gate. So, you should be able to turn on subtitles there. And this week, she has been going on an interview about her involvement with Epstein. And this 1-minute video is basically just the quick and dirty of the entire fucking interview. And I want to share it with you because it is so full of answers and honest and enlightening, and shows that Norway's monarchy is in safe hands indeed. Let's go.
Jeg husker ikke dette, det 15 år siden. Det viktig for meg å beholde min egen integritet I dette. Nei, det har jeg ikke så lyst til. Nei, det vet ikke jeg. Nei, det gjør jeg ikke.
Well, that's how when she was a teen whore,
Det ønsker jeg ikke å
fucking her
svare på.
way into the monarchy.
I en e-post til
she was a whore all the way up
Paris is
to her
good for
40s.
adultery. Hvordan forklarer kronprinsessen denne dialogen?
Nei, du har jo lest den dialogen, så det kan du jo komme fram til selv. Altså du vet jo hva som står der. Ikke som jeg vet om. Så det kan jeg ikke si noe om.
Meanwhile, the prince doesn't
Kronprinsessen
really do or say
lånte
anything.
huset til Epstein i Palm Beach i 2013. Da var han dømt i en prostitusjonssak med en mindreårig. Hvorfor lånte kronprinsessen huset hans?
Det er altså så mye flinke mennesker som jobber der.
Da lar vi det bli siste år. Tusen takk skal dere ha.
That's a very rough translation, I think. But I think it gets the point across.
Last year was meant to be the last word. Yeah, it's that is all. No actual pressure on what she's done, on her emails, on any kind of involvement. It is such a softball that you remember the interviews, the 60-second or what's that series called, where Kamala was interviewed before the election?
Presumably you mean 60 Minutes?
60 Minutes?
Yeah. That interview, this whole interview has been far more softbally, far nicer. It was just, for a Norwegian who used to like the royal family, this has been nothing more but the most aggravating fucking thing I've ever seen. And at least there's a lot of people that are not happy about this. Oh, Jesus, fuck that. That's, again, it's nothing. These idiots hope that if they stay silent long enough, if they keep on lying, it's just going to blow off and nobody's going to care. And what I hope that the monarchy basically just falls after this. I don't want her. I don't want the Håkon the Crown Prince, the cuck beside her. I don't want their bastard daughter. Because again, with her activities, I'm not even certain that Ingrid Alexandra is even Håkon's daughter. Might even be Epstein's. So yeah, the royal line is dead. When King Harald, the current king of Norway, dies, this royal family should just be cut off, turn the castle into a museum, and that's that. The people who are currently in there with those fancy clothes, you throw them the fuck out on the street.
I hear the French
with
have a suggestion.
That would be really entertaining to do. But I do also like the idea we have for Dover. Trebuchets. Let's see how far we can get them out.
Trebuchets into the ocean.
Mm.
Trebuchets
I
into 90 bases.
I do honestly believe that exile, if we can't do more,
Hey, why should the rest of the world have to put up with
solution?
your scum?
I'm thinking more like international waters into the Atlantic. Exile her. Exile. Sorry.
I'd like to raise that question to India and the entire Middle East. Why do we have to put up with the useless filth you don't want?
Sir, redeem illegal immigrants, sir. H1B best B, sir.
Oh God!
I had to try and get a fucking sub in the middle of the night the other day, and the stupid bitch could barely understand what I fucking wanted.
Yeah.
Try asking for a BLT. No, the dumb bitch got that wrong somehow. Fucking useless Indians.
They are fucking retarded animals. And yeah, it's just disappointing, aggravating, and yet I came into this with no expectations, and it still managed to piss me off.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, a waste of money, a waste of resources.
So you were saying about
again, exile them. Go on.
No, it's the other X word, Trim. The X acute.
Yes. Yeah. If we can't do that, then
for crimes against children, perhaps. Because this dumb bitch apparently said, I was manipulating the sea. Firstly, no, you weren't. Secondly, fuck off. Thirdly, email from 2011 proves otherwise. I Googled you and it doesn't look good.
Exactly. She is involved, and there are pictures out there of Epstein and his fucking cronies eating people. I'm pretty damn sure that she has been there and enjoyed some cuisine.
Yeah, we'll
Some
leave,
jerky.
leave that up for speculation, but she's definitely kept in contact with the guy.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's this thing in front of us here is among the most rotten monsters, at least in Norway's history, since Quisling.
I would actually say he's worse than Quisling.
I think that she should
at
get
least
the same
Quisling
outcome.
made an effort. Yeah. Quisling at least made an effort, but I do agree with Besic. I want them to go the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Two experts, execution or exile. I don't really care either way.
Yeah, apparently in 2012, soon people won't be able to make new humans anymore. We can just design them in the lab.
Yeah. So that's the Norwegian crown princess of whoredom.
Yeah.
That's again a short one, just me ranting. You guys seeing for yourself the fucking the highlights of the interview, and yeah, just me being pissy about it. Essentially,
God, she's such a smug whore.
oh, she is.
And the
Quite
interviewer is a
literally.
useless friggin' cuck too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that royal interviewers
Give us a fucking
are
non-answer.
the most-
Why'd you go to his house?
Yeah.
There were many good people there. Oh, were they the ones providing the kids you were abusing, you stupid bitch?
It's
They tried to fucking
Norwegian
hang
media
Trump
is
for saying that there are good people on both sides at fucking Naziburg or at Naziville.
yeah,
Well, let's have a fucking yell at this guy. There were many good people there at Epstein Island. Yeah, sure. You can join them all in fucking hell.
right.
God can sort yous out.
And that is, and this is as Bleach typed in the chat. It is the natural conclusion of monarchy. No matter how good it used to be at some point, it will always rot and fester and collapse into degeneracy and evil.
Just like
Yep.
democracy.
Yes, but there's not the mystique. Democracy has its warts on full display. Monarchy, sadly, does not in the current world.
Yeah.
Sadly, the current monarchy in England is particularly gay and retarded. Back when it was Liz in charge, it was basically how the monarchy should be in the modern day. It was just a tourist attraction and a link to the past, because they've got no power, but she did still have the dignity, and she was functional as a relationship building thing. She went around the world, she met people, she behaved in a royal manner, and it helped boosted the appeal. It boosted the popular opinion of England.
Yeah.
She
did what
and
a figurehead should. It's be a gracious, diplomat to the world as to what the best of your country is. Sadly, Charles is far from.
Yes, and some of them should have been thrown out of the royal family entirely years ago, and possibly exiled, as Trim suggests.
And meanwhile, in the Norwegian family, the first three kings, the first two were pretty good. Then you have the third one, who essentially is the grandfather of the whole nation. I still have some respect for him, but he is unforgivably weak.
No idea who you're talking about again, Trim.
Are Kong Harald, the current king, is again, we just have three kings,
right?
In the Norwegians, right? And they
it's a modern monarchy that you're talking about, and he's the third. He's the
I'm
third.
talking about the modern monarchy of the sovereign nation of Norway, basically.
Is this like a post World War II thing?
Pre and post.
Okay, I'm just getting confused because when you say like Norwegian king, it's like, would that be the one that invaded England or?
Yeah, when I talk about that, I mean the current kingdom. Of
the current chain.
Yeah.
Because
Sorry.
it gets it's confusing because obviously I don't get taught Norwegian history in school, especially not modern
The
Norwegian
Norwegian
history.
historical ones.
So when
are
you
more
when you
connected
say
to,
like
the
first and second king, my brain immediately goes right. 1100, 1000. What are we talking? Trim's like no, 1880.
Yeah. Basically that. So when I talk about the royal family, I mean the current royal family of the sovereign nation of Norway, which is from around the the First
So
World
which
War.
number is the current one again? Is he 3?
He's third in line. Håkon, the crown prince, would be number 4.
Yes. And the nation dies with him.
And the nation, I want the royal line to die with Harold, the third king, because again, he exhibits a lot of the good qualities of a figurehead monarch, but his weakness is unforgivable in my eyes. And his son is a worthless cuck. His daughter is a crazy bitch who marries shamans.
His alleged daughter.
And yeah, well, yeah. It's a mess. It's a downright mess and a tragedy, and I want it to end.
Yeah. Yes, Silver says they should have skipped Charles and Cromwell. They really should have. No one has ever liked Charles.
Not even Charles.
He's always been a weasel.
Yeah. The monarch of England is purely figurehead these days. So if you're gonna have just someone who's just a figurehead, can you go for someone that the entire world doesn't think murdered his fucking wife so he could be with his mistress? Just as a thought.
That's too much to ask. Too much to ask.
But I've never heard anyone think highly of fucking Chucky Boy William. On the other hand, people seem to like.
Yeah. Although definitely not.
And England at least has a better reason to keep their monarchy than Norway does.
They
need to bring someone who isn't a fucking conniving fuckhead.
And like, the only reason I'm okay with England having a monarchy, well, technically it's my monarch too. Technically he's King of Australia. But the only reason I'm okay with that is because after so many treaties, they're literally powerless. So what's the fucking point in becoming a republic when the monarch has literally no power? Like I don't want my dipshit politicians running around calling themselves president. And that's the thing that gets me about Republicans in like Australia. It's like, what is the actual benefit to the nation of becoming a republic? There's literally none whatsoever. Literally no benefit.
There'd be no functional difference. No functional difference.
No, not really.
Exactly. There'd be literally no improvement, but it'd cost billions of fucking dollars to replace all the fucking signage. Like literally every government logo has fucking royal shit on it at this point.
Yeah. His Majesty.
Yeah, and it also
yada yada.
Yeah, and imagine in Australia current day, that replacement would involve a lot of rainbows.
Yeah, nothing would change.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, we've got a Commonwealth coat of arms. They'd have to replace that. Because it's got fucking... It's got all sorts of crowns and shit. Like, look at all this shit. We'd have to start removing these crowns. Also, I'm pretty sure that's the Queen's crown. Which is helpful. But yeah, like, what's the fucking point?
It's gonna be a price split, but while I want the monarchy to end, I don't want the republic to be made while AP is while the Labour Party is the one in control of Norway.
Here's the thing, though. Being a republic there'd be literally no functional difference on the ground for most countries these days. I don't think there's anywhere the monarch retains any power. that's worth talking about. So actually becoming a republic, it's only for the ego of the retards in politics. It's because the cockheads at the top want to be called Mr. President instead of Prime Minister. As if it fucking matters. They have unfettered command of the fucking nation, which they currently using to drive it into the fucking ground. And again, if the monarchy had any fucking power, if it'd be really nice if they'd exercise it and execute the prime minister. That'd be a great fucking start.
Yeah. And they do still have that power technically in Norway, but you see what we have. The thing with me, I don't want anything related to these fuckers there anymore, and I would like I would like Norway to become a republic because I don't want any more connection to these freaks.
Yeah,
because no matter what you're gonna do, we have is a cuckold, the fucking whore of Babylon, and their bastard daughter who's not even legit, most likely not even legitimate.
Yeah.
And that really is a tragedy. Like, it's really a tragedy in my estimation, because it's history. Like, that's the history of your nation. It's these people are the history and heritage. That's why we still keep the fucking monarchs around, is because they represent the history and heritage,
especially in England.
nation.
It's a direct link to our history and heritage. It's a direct link to hundreds of years of continuous civilization, even if it's not technically a continuous royal family, because the Danes did weird shit, and then the French were there for a bit, and it was all a mess. But it's
all part of the history
past
of the English people.
Yeah, it's all part of the history of the English people. There are buildings that the royal family owns, and I don't mean uses, I mean owns, that are older than the United States. Older than the colonies that became the United States. And by having them occupied by actual royals, I don't know, it just lends an air of history to it, which appeals to me. And again, they're completely defanged. They've got literally no power, so the only reason to become a republic is so that a bunch of egotistical wankers can be called something different. So there's
and it's essentially just that, but it is the separation from this.
Unless you need to burn your entire royal family at the stake like Trim, there's no practical value to completely revoking the monarchy, because it's been so defanged by all the constitutional monarchy stuff that there's literally no value to it, and it's only going to cost. It'd cost millions, possibly billions of dollars just to rebrand everything. Not least of which would be that our constitution to become worth shit on. Like, there's so much shit that's like in the name of the king that would become fucking worthless.
Here's the concern I always have for chucking shit out like this. It comes down to a level of what their real motivation is, to rewrite your constitutional aspects, which granted, that's more of a not so much as a thing in the UK, but it's very much, they want to do a clean slate so they can do a left-wing utopia. And therein lies the problem. It's less about doing this for the benefit of the people and structuring things in a way that makes sense for those that are going to be living under this system. This is about power and control. That's why I am not in favor of destroying the British monarchy. Now, the Norwegian monarchy is a different story, but that's just because of these issues with these individuals that need to be thrown out of public service. But again, that's more of there's not going to be a functional difference. This is more about punishing bad people for Norway.
Exactly.
Basically. But yeah, you're absolutely spot on. They want an excuse to rewrite the Constitution. Because as it stands and I'm pretty sure the UK does have a constitution, it's just that it's gay, lame, and doesn't include any protections for the public. But this Australia,
structure of management.
It's basically the thing that goes, this is what the monarch can't do, and this is the powers that are delegated to Parliament.
Yep.
And it's basically one of the many documents that defangs the monarchy. But if they become a republic, it's like, well, the old constitution's actually written in the name of the king, so I guess we just need to write a whole new one. And then meanwhile, in the Australian government, the right to political speech, the right to vote, and the right to, I think that there's something about jury trials for federal crimes, all disappear.
Yeah.
So
And that is also incidentally why I don't want this change to happen with AP in the fucking league. And it would be better if we had like a conservative one. But then again, we'll see how it turns out. It's only thing that is guaranteed from this shit. It's going to be a mess either way.
Yay!
And I just
want
to point out the Soviet Union during its existence had four constitutions: 1918, 1924, 1936, and 1977.
Oh boy.
And how much public input were there on those?
Just tons. I mean, none at all.
Public input has never really been a part of Russian life unless it was to execute monarchs.
Hell, not even then.
It was rivals wanting to execute them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bolsheviks. And other such things. Russia does enjoy good
Socialism, the other great evil. Oh.
There are greater evils?
I can't say them out loud, but maybe not here on YouTube.
Speaking about your crown princess. Right. So enough about how monarchies may be gay, but we don't need republics run by morons. We've already got morons running monarchies.
We don't need any more of them.
Yeah. I mean, how's that republic working out for you guys in the US at the moment? How's that republic working out for you specifically at the moment, Bleach?
Right.
Well, considering it's been gutted since 1900, yeah, pretty shitty. But that's a whole different argument because we've been forced into be our democracy. So yeah, the American Republic has been castrated hard.
Yeah, monarchies are lame and gay. Democracies are even worse. It turns out that the average person is in fact an idiot.
Which is why the republic is superior. A true republic, not
whatever the hell the US has got going on at the moment.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, I think maybe.
Yes, I think it's time.
Something fun for us.
No, Dave doesn't have anything fun for us, but that's also at the end of the show.
Okay.
Since it's going to be lots of memes and then it'll run into memes.
Yeah.
So
Very meme heavy.
I have. Let's see. I have the continuing attack on men. So I didn't want to do a segment just on this one article, but then a couple of other articles popped. I was like, cool, that'll do for a segment. So,
oh dear God, that title.
I would be willing to bet that all four of us could attack every single point that's raised in this article without reading more than the headline. But let's read the headline for those listening anyway. So, immature men are to blame for Britain's missing babies, report warns, because they delay responsibilities until later in life. What's the average age of first home ownership again?
God, it's almost 40 now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
But it's men's fault.
Like, I bought my first house in my 20s, and then I lost it in a divorce. And then I haven't been able to get a new one since, and I'm almost 50. So
And I've
Take
still
from that
got
what
my
you will.
house. I got it 28, but still, I'm more. Of
I'll
an
probably
outlier.
never have a house, so
I'll be lucky to afford to rent my own fucking shoebox apartment.
yeah.
Like,
No.
this is typical. It's more, like women had a problem, men to blame. Bullshit. That's all
more
it
like,
is.
yeah.
And Xantha Lethem, yeah, I'm sure she has some really fucking valid takes on shit.
Yeah, some dumb
Executive
bitch
science
born in
editor at
Hong
the
Kong.
Daily Mail.
There you go.
Why does she sound like a medicine?
Because she's a post-war roasty, and about all she's good for is being ground up to make. I don't know. Fucking.
She sounds like an ingredient in highly processed food.
Yeah, because it sounds a lot like xanthan gum.
Yeah.
So yeah, this stupid bit. Oh! Wait till you hear where the fucking research is from. So Britain's missing babies can be blamed on. Yes.
Go ahead. Go.
Britain's missing babies can be
I was gonna
blamed
say,
on
let's go through the
immature
article.
or men who are delaying responsibilities until later in life, according to a report. Would you want to bet guess who the fucking report's by? Why?
David
It's-
Lammy.
Basically, it's the Center for Social Justice.
Oh.
God.
Yeah, young women are going to miss out on motherhood because they're too busy fucking guys and getting abortions. But that's men's fault.
Yeah. So these idiots predict that around 600,000 young women may miss out on motherhood, partly because men don't feel ready for children until they get older. Oh, it's the men's fault. Remind me again why the men can't afford their own homes? Oh, yeah, it's because you dumb whores thought getting involved in the job market was a fucking good idea.
Right.
Well, how about the 4+ billion human beings that we're missing on this planet because of abortion? Right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 600,000 women are not going to miss out on childhood. Well, 4 billion human beings have been subtracted from the fucking gene pool because of their right to choose.
Mhm.
Okay, cry me a fucking river.
Yeah, so in the report by, again, the Center for Social Justice, it's totally aren't a bunch of unbiased communists, of totally biased communists, called Baby Bust. The organization says there are a range of reasons for failing birth rates, including the cost of childcare, wanting to move into a larger house, prioritizing career, or not finding the right partner, all of which are fine for women, but when men do it, somehow that's bad. But it
Yeah.
also attributes
Okay.
the drop to a delay in the maturation rates of young men. Define maturity, you fucking communists.
Okay.
And you,
Is that, and this is something where, okay, who's defining this? And let's be honest, the delay in men's maturity in large part has to do with all the females teaching, because they're treating young men and boys like broken girls.
Yeah.
but they've been doing that for like 20 years now.
I would
Well,
say
yeah.
40.
And now we're seeing the fucking results of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But wait till you hear the stupidity in the next argument. And the lack of self-fucking awareness. Like, their heads are so far up their fucking asses that they can't see what's right in front of them. In previous generations, children left school in their early to mid-teens and went into the workplace. And yes, and then died at 27 from silicosis. What's your point? For boys, this meant learning responsibility, earning money and being mentored by adult men. Boys matured and in doing so became marriageable. Ah, yes, earning money. So that's what the women are after. In 21st century Britain, adolescence now extends well into the early 20s. Whose fault is that again? Oh yeah, Tony fucking Blair and the cascading generations of moronic fuckwits that are going, oh, you have to go to university to get a good job. Yeah, who said that again? Oh yeah, it was the fucking boomers.
Well, how about all the boys that didn't have a fucking good male role model in their life because mom wasn't happy in her current marriage and had to go find herself so she divorced dad to go fuck 30 guys.
Yeah.
Right? Like how many
half of which
where's
would
that
have
fall under
sexually abused the boy. We know.
Probably, yeah. And I am so fucking tired of seeing this. Oh well, yeah, adolescence is being extended into their 20s. No shit. Who keeps doing this? The left.
Mm-hmm.
Feminist
Right.
left. Well, they're the same damn thing. Yeah, it's just, oh well, go and find yourself and be a perpetual college student into your mid to late 20s and shit like that. Like, no, sorry, fuck off.
Yep.
This problem is a symptom of the cancer of feminism.
Yeah. So let's continue. In the past, a 24-year-old man would have been likely to be married, have a child, and have been working for the best part of a decade. Oh yeah, because starting work at 14 is great for kids. Get soul-crushing manual labor while you still have a developing skeleton. That's a good way to be able to walk when you're 60. Now the average age
but
of
the
leaving
thing is like a lot of guys would still choose that if there were partners worth having. There's no
if
like,
you could leave school at 14 and get a job that would pay for a fucking house, I'm sure lots of guys would do that.
Pretty much, yeah. Honestly, also the quality in partners have dipped lately too. Let's see that.
They're removing the responsibility from the women to not be roasties and fucking feminist cows.
Yeah. So they also continue with this astonishing line of bullshit. Now the average age of leaving home for a young man sits at 25, 3 years older than for a young woman. Where are the young women leaving home to? Where are the young women going when they leave home? Oh yeah, they're moving in with a dude.
Or they're going to school and they're living off the state.
Yeah.
Well, but by 22, you're out of college. But yeah, presumably they're moving in and fucking leeching off of a man.
Well, here's a lot more women are getting master's and PhD grad school level of education.
Yeah.
So yeah,
but I'm questioning where the money comes in. If they're a perpetual fucking student, they're not making any money.
Student loan. And in the West, the student loan scam, it's really bad in the US, but it's also bad in the UK.
I don't think student loans in the UK pay for accommodation.
Well, it's usually part of the package for staying at a uni.
That sounds scammy. But still, I don't think the ages add up there with the whole, it's student loans. Then the age would be 19.
Well, there was an article recently somewhere in the UK. I just brushed past it and didn't really clock it until this, where there's all these like little scam universities going on to bring people over. Keep people as potential students because they're getting money in the UK from the government. So
yeah. I don't think that's
scam.
what's going on in this one. But yeah, they're saying that the average age of leaving home for a man is at 25, 3 years older than for young women. The implication there being is somehow there's something wrong with the men. But I'm sorry, at 22, how much are they making? Where are they moving out to? Are they sharing with friends or are they parasiting off of a man?
Parasiting out of a man, or they're living in pods.
Are they leaving college, getting a job, hooking up with the first guy that has his own house, or at least his own apartment?
That's a big part of it, and also women are, because of their more social nature, more willing to have roommates.
It's also because of their let's cast a really wide generalization. Most women don't tend to have hobbies that require a massive amount of square footage.
Correct. Yeah. I'm on a general scale. Yes.
Yeah. As a generalization, most women can confine their hobbies Okay, most humans these days can confine their hobbies to about, hold on, let me do some math, 10 square inches? Well, that's about is that the size of a phone screen? But
Yeah.
that's just because they're empty, soulless robots that don't have anything of value to offer society. But when we're talking about actual hobbies, yeah, most women generally don't have hobbies that require massive amounts of square footage. Guys, on the other hand, do things like work on cars, which inherently requires at least a car's worth of square footage.
Or Warhammer, which requires at least a car's worth of square footage.
Don't forget the vertical space for stacking models.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, these reports always piss me off because they completely
Ignore
they
reality.
infantilize women, which is a problem, right? Like they just women are totally not responsible for any of this. Let's just focus on the men. It's the men being immature. It's like, well, there are some immature men, right? But why not we look at the immature women? Because if a woman really wanted to lock down a partner, she probably could. Because there's tons of guys this age that are looking to have a partner.
Yep.
But they can't have a partner because none of the women that would normally be attracted to them, absent like the whole dating app culture thing, will have anything to do with them because they're all a bunch of gassed up mids being told by whores online that, oh, you're a queen, you don't need to settle for anything.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking sixers chasing tens. Because occasionally one will
and not to mention, and also not to mention the government propaganda with like, oh, you don't want a family, oh, you don't want kids, it's horrible.
Yeah.
All right, so
yeah, there was a very large. Oh, go ahead, Bleach. Go ahead, Bleach. No, go ahead, Bleach. Your turn.
Go ahead, Bleach. All right, go ahead, Dave.
There's a very concerted anti-natalist push from the media and the government in the early 2000s and 90s, and talking about the population bomb and all this stuff. Yeah. And now all of a sudden we have a shortage of people and we got to import infinite Bomalians to fill the gap. So absolutely, it's just ridiculous. It's like the China one-child policy.
Yeah,
they enforced the one-child policy, and now they're like, oh, we don't have enough people.
No,
like, well,
shit.
Yeah, right.
Like they should have at least had a 2-child policy. Like anyone with a basic anyone who can count to 5, even using their hands, can figure out they probably should have at least had a 2-child policy. I just speaking of delusional men, Bobcat thinks that you get done with the car. Finish the car.
Ideally, you can drive it at some point. Yeah.
The joke, but yeah, a lot of cars, a lot of projects stay like that for decades, and then you acquire a second one, and then you acquire a motorbike,
and then you get a piece car for the regular car. So you need pieces for the car.
All right.
And by the time you're done, you need a small wrecking yard just for your own hobby. And
yeah, exactly. Being assertive is called toxic masculinity. So they've demonized having children, and then they've vilified everything that a man normally would do naturally.
Yeah.
And now they're blaming men because they're withdrawing from society after being systemically shat upon for the last fucking 40 years.
Funnily enough, that's the next article. So the other part of that as well is women are well known to lie about what they find attractive. What they've done though is they've demonized a whole set of behaviors of which has a subset that women find attractive. So It's the aggression, it's the toxic masculinity, it's the hanging out with the mates, it's being loud and boisterous, it's the gym bros, etc., etc., etc. And because they are collectivist-minded, they've gone, all of these things are always evil all the time, constantly, especially when men do it. And the men have listened. So now the men are weak, insipid, don't work out, don't have hobbies, don't have friends, because that's how women have told them to be. And the women are the women's instincts, meanwhile, are going, oh God, look at that loser.
What women think they want and what women really want aren't always the same thing.
And have never been the same. At least as long as it's been a topic of discussion for like the last 60 years. What women want and what they say they want's never lined up.
Do note that whenever a problem arises, at least around my parts, a woman wants to complain about it. But when you start talking about making a solution or fixing something, that's a problem because, oh no, what if they want to have revenge and want to be the one I'm talking about or bitching about? What if they get offended by me actually trying to confront them?
Yeah.
They don't have the ability to confront unless they have some kind of establishment behind them.
Or rather, they get weak men to confront other men on their behalf. With the lives and pussy. I believe we have an L. Hello, L.
What's up, Mr. Testes?
So here's just a graph of the total fertility rate. Let's see, 1940 ended, and the total fertility rate shot up. Coming as no surprise to anyone that then it shot up again in the 60s. Then it dropped through, oh, what's this period? Feminism, right? Shot up again in the mid-2010s, from 2000 up to about 2008, and then it plateaued there, and now it's been dropping. Was there a slight bump in 2021? A very tiny one, but we know why that was. And yeah, now it's fallen to below 1.5. But and there's of course the solutions in put infinity mammalians, so they can rape and murder women.
And then breed like the cockroaches they are.
Right.
Yeah. So the report added that the system now. So overall, the collection of idiots says that around 3 million women aged 16 to 45 are projected not to have children, compared with only 2.4 million in their grandparents. You fucking morons! Put that into per capita.
Because it's like 60% of all men throughout all history
died childless, yeah. And that's actually something that you can see on the genetic level, because you can track the mothers, you can track variants through the Y chromosome and the mitochondria. So you can only get mitochondrial DNA from the mother's side, and for obvious reasons, you only get Y chromosome DNA from the father. So when you have a look at the variations there, you can see that roughly twice as many women than men whose descendants survived to the modern day had kids. So twice as many women as men. So it's probably not 100% of women. So knock that down to, I don't know, 80%. So that 80% of women had children. Half of that's 40%, which means that more than half of men, or more than half of all men to have ever lived died childless. And that might be getting fucking worse.
Well, certainly in Europe and the Western world.
Yeah, it's like the only parts of the world that matter, yes.
Yep. Sorry.
But these women lie some other bullshit. Figures from the Office of National Statistics show that in 2024, fertility rates at 1.41 children per woman. This is below the replacement rate of 2.1. Yeah, when did it drop below 2.1? In fucking 1973, but somehow it's modern men's fault.
Always is, because here's the thing about the average woman. The ability to take accountability for your own actions and ego is non-existent.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the average age of first-time mothers is an all-time high. Oh yeah, what was that earlier about the system encouraging people to not take up wider responsibilities, delay the rites of passage, and build up vast student debt, and then have a career, and then all of a sudden you realize you're 40 and you're about to go in to lose your ability to breathe? But I'm sure that's somehow the fucking patriarchy's fault.
Oh yeah, always is. Made the mistake of talking to one of those women once. That was
they're not women, they're
a
witches.
headache.
9 out of 10 young women hope to have children. Where the fuck did you pull that number from, you fuckwits? That's not remotely
Out
fucking
of
true.
Their ass.
Yeah, they
What?
do, but they don't want to, they don't want it to interfere with their fucking careers.
Oh,
which
yeah,
is the
right. So
whole
they'll have
problem.
one kid when they're 40, and that's going to turn out great for the fucking kid. Because I'm reasonably sure if you look at the numbers, having a kid at the age of 40 is about as bad as fucking your cousin.
Pretty much, yeah. It's not a good idea.
It
Stillbirth,
actually,
mental retardations.
yeah, I think it doubles the rates of some genetic disorders. Now, granted, we are talking about phenomenally small numbers, but we're still doubling them by delaying first child to past 40. So 9 out of 10 young women hope to have children, yet under current fertility conditions, the total childlessness rate in the UK is predicted to be as high as 30%. 30% of women. What do men now, you cocksuckers? How many men want to have children? And what do you reckon the childlessness rate there's gonna be, you fucks?
Yep.
Unplanned childlessness is a major cause of grief and sadness. Yeah, what about the men too? Oh, right, their feelings don't fucking count because we're going to go send them to die in Ukraine anyway. And then we'll replace them with with 50 million Indians who are going to solve the fucking childless rate by raping all the women. Yeah, that'll be a great fucking improvement.
You gotta remove the stronger men.
On today's episode of Lying with Poles, why are we starting in 1950 when we're looking at the median age for first marriage? Show me the poll going back to 1930. Show me the graph going back to 1930. What?
But that's like, that would be honest.
Mm-hmm. So median age at first marriage for opposite sex couples in England and Wales. So in 1950 for men, oh look, men's always been higher than women. Interesting. I wonder why that is. Oh, right, because women aren't interested in men who don't have assets or status.
Right.
Oh no, they don't give a shit about that, especially once you get past 30. Because they'll quite happily baby trap some fucking 4 and then go out and fuck the 10s anyway because they're a bunch of fucking untrustworthy hoes.
Yeah.
So yeah, what do we have? The low point's about 1970, which was close enough to 23. Now for men, it's up to 34. Like it's more 11 years older on average. So, no wonder the fucking fertility rate's lower if people aren't getting married for 11 years. That's like 3 kids worth of time.
Yeah, because we have to find ourselves and live our lives before we then
Finding
settle
yourself.
in our mid-30s.
Yes, amongst the pile of dicks.
Yep. Finding themselves in the midst of a pile of dicks while waiting until your mid-30s, in which what is it, 1 in 100 chance of your kid developing Down syndrome?
I don't know if it
is. Yeah, geriatric
is it that
pregnancies. High? I think it's more than. I think it might be a little higher than that,
I think it's 35 to 40. It's 1 in 100.
That's really high. Like on a population level, that's really high. And no offense to the Down syndrome people, but frankly, that's a situation where I'm actually in favor of parents electing to abort. Like, I'm sorry, it's cruel, but
Likewise.
a little bit of light voluntary eugenics might actually be good to society.
Because the thing about that, I met a lot of people with Down syndrome who are able to deal with their own lives and, relatively functioning. But most Down syndrome people are perpetually a 7-year-old child.
Mm-hmm. They're perpetually a
They
ward
never
of the
do
state. And, like, it's a
Exactly.
very nasty thought, but
Yeah.
at least the way some of the Scandinavian countries do it, it's like they can detect it really, 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 really early. So it's basically a glorified morning after pill. And it's still not pleasant, and it would be great if it wasn't a thing, but, like, yeah, we don't need that. We don't need 1 in a fucking 100 Down syndrome kids.
Mhm.
But yeah, fucking look at that fucking graph. 11 more years. And yeah, that's about how long it takes on average to stabilize into a career. Or you could end up like me, gifted with the glory of autism that all the leftists say is so good. No. I still live, like, my family lives with me because otherwise I won't be able to afford rent. And what's my income? It's getting money from the government to look after my mother and this shit.
Yep.
How attractive do you think that is to women? Because we haven't even gotten into my personality or looks yet, which is a continuing depressing subject. But
God damn it, dude.
it doesn't. It's not really that attractive to women when you're in your getting into your mid-30s and you go, "Oh no, sorry, you can't come over. My mother's here."
Yeah.
Yay! It's so
Well,
great to not have a fucking career. Thank you very much, autism. Thank you very much to my mother, who had me at a relevantly old age. Did you know that autism is one of the other conditions that has the likelihood increase with the age of the mother? I did.
Autism, low birth weights, and several other changes.
Yeah.
It gets worse the older you are. The ideal age for having children is around 25, I think it was.
Some random by district fertility rate. Cool. Let's see. Northeast Somerset, Brighton and Hove, York. So, oh God, why is it Lighted that has the higher rates? Oh, here we go, Birmingham. Sandwell. Ah, scroll, you fucker. What do we got in here? Walsall, yeah, Birmingham, East Staffordshire. What else do we have? Bradford. I wonder what's going on there. Bolton. I wonder, what do we know about Birmingham and Bradford? So they have a higher rate of rape than the surrounding areas. I wonder if these statistics are related.
They are very, very diverse, my good friend.
Ooh, the Communist right again. The report recommends reducing the school leaving age and providing more in-work training and apprenticeships in a bid to address the issue. Holy fucking shit. More apprenticeships would be nice, though. Especially for the guys.
Yeah. Or shit to do. Proper shit to do.
Mm-hmm. It also even suggests encouraging young people to marry and to do so at a younger age. No shit, you fucking retards. Many women misunderstand how age affects fertility. It argues, adding that around 2/3 of women believe it's possible to have a baby at any age thanks to medical advances. Well, I noticed that you've got any age in quotes.
But I agree with that. Like, they've been telling women forever to, well, focus on your career and you can always have, you can have children when you're older. It's okay. You can have children in your 30s and your 40s.
You know, that lie is the same lie as, oh yeah, but transitioning your child and detransitioning them is totally possible. It is not a permanent fucking mutilation.
Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah, pretty much.
If I have a kid, I'm not going to make as much money as the men the same age as me. Okay, and
fucking competition
you're married.
mindset.
How is that a fucking problem?
Yeah.
Right.
It seems
Actually,
like women
that
have a
gets into
permanent
another issue.
inferiority complex like a Canadian.
Have you seen this fucking shit with a lot of fucking couples and even married ones where they're like, oh, my money's my money. We each have our own money. It's like, well, why the fuck did you get married then, you worthless fuckwits?
Yeah.
It's just a general distrust of each other, you know? That's how it goes these days.
Yeah. But no,
Our person couples
they've
don't
had
trust each other.
the whole, be a strong, independent woman, don't let your man control the money, as if men ever controlled the money in the fucking household, going back into the far nether realms of history.
Right.
For example, it's either the Odyssey or the other one of the major characters wants to make a gift of linen to one of the other major characters. He has to ask his wife for permission. So women controlling the fucking purse strings goes back to pre-history. It goes back to at least the ancient fucking Greeks. So the men working and the women spending the money is at least 4,000 years old. And presumably as old as the concept of money. Because as soon as you no longer had to carry the crying, screaming pig to market to trade it for the fucking fish, and the woman could just carry some pieces of fucking copper or something. Oh, dear. Right, let's finish it off this night. But, yeah. 2/3 of women believe it is possible to have a baby at any age. I want to see that study, because how stupid do you have to be? Like, what do they mean by any age? Like, are they suggesting that 2/3 of women think that it's possible to have a kid at 60? Because men can. They shouldn't, but they can. Given the huge challenge the UK faces with its fertility rates, it is vital that motherhood is seen not only as necessary, but as good as valuable too. Well, maybe you should have a chat to the feminists that have been saying that pregnancy is evil and enslaving women for the last 60 fucking years.
Right. Patriarchy!
Yeah, some fucking idiot, a senior fellow at the Center for Social Justice, said to reverse the birth rate crisis, we must make family formation a national priority once again. Yeah, well, maybe you should start with your fucking bedfellows who keep saying that men are fucking evil and that marriage is slavery. So, as usual, feminists create a problem, blame men for the outcome.
Always. Because accountability is the only thing a woman cannot grasp.
Yes, pretty much. Pretty much.
This is a bit of a different thing, I'm wondering. Basic, when you store Vegemite, do you store it in the cooler or in the cupboard?
You store it in the cupboard. It's easy to spread.
That's a lot more than just a bit of a difference. That's a whole new fucking sport.
There's a bit of a tangent. I've indoctrinated Trim into the cult of Vegemite.
It's actually pretty damn good.
I've never been against Vegemite. I'm okay. I like Vegemite.
Well, you've probably
Marmite.
not made the mistake of putting it on like fucking Nutella.
Oh yeah, no, that's the. But you know,
if you put it on like Nutella, you're not going to have a good time.
Right. I don't mind stuff like that, anyways. But anyhow, yeah. Back on topic. So it's really funny that again, this comes out that like, you know, women aren't having kids and it's men's fault. It's like, you know what?
Feminism. Sorry,
the abortion
Dave,
doctors are the fucking ones at fault.
Yeah, but also
more than anything,
feminism told women not to have kids. This is men's fault. That's what it is. It's fucking worse than women aren't having kids and it's men's fault. It's feminism specifically told women not to have kids, and that's men's fault.
Right? I mean, and in a way it is, because we're the ones who let feminism fucking get any kind of traction in society.
Yes, I would like.
If
Yeah.
I think we can blame whatever collection of fuckwits let them vote.
Yeah.
we should take this article right here and go back to the suffragette time and show it to the senators who are going to vote on that 14th Amendment or the 19th Amendment. Be like, if you vote for this, this is what you're going to get.
One at a time.
Sorry.
If you just show them and be like, if you approve this amendment, this is what we're going to have in the future, right? We're going to have a country full of fucking foreigners that don't speak your language, that are popping out fucking kids like rats, and are, while the fucking white women blame the men for not stepping up, while they've done nothing but use the system and the power they've gained through the fucking ability to vote to systemically oppress men, and then they're going to blame men for it. Like, so in the end, they're never going to be fucking happy.
Oh, hey, look what I
You're
found
never
on the
going to
map.
please these bitches. So maybe just try to stop doing that. You know, maybe realize that women are never going to be happy when you give them what they want. Is really what it is. You give a woman exactly what they want, just like a leftist. You give a leftist the worst thing you could do for a communist is give them exactly what they ask for.
Yeah,
You know?
they want.
It's almost
They
as if
will.
they're out of touch
They will
idiots.
bitch and moan. Sorry. It is, and if you give them a little bit, they want everything else, because when the grass is always greener on the other side, and if you take to the other side, they want to just continue. Because and it's not women that ruined it. It's effeminate men who've been listening too much to women and gave them what they wanted.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so it is kind of men's fault in a way, because men should have cracked down on this thought behavior a long time ago.
Well, that's the thing.
And been like, no, you're dumb.
The average man has been too busy staying alive and doing productive shit to get involved. Meanwhile, the women who've had their entire fucking lives paid for by men, either directly or through taxation, have all this fucking free time now that they don't have to raise the bloody kids and do the washing. The washing machine was a mistake.
Oh yeah.
Gave women too much time to get into fucking politics.
They never should have been allowed in there. Like, that kind of power is not something that women can do. They cannot be given responsibility of something that requires actual solutions.
Yeah, most men shouldn't either. But anyway, service guarantee citizenship. Moving on.
I gotta go now. So I gotta go.
Fuck
now.
off
Talk
then.
to you guys later.
See you, Trim.
Later, Trim.
Later, Trim. Bleach is still not back from his shenanigans, so we'll continue. Oh, I found something on the map, Dave. I found Rochdale. It's got a 1.7 on a scale of 0.7 to 1.7. What do we know about Rochdale again? What's the average age of the first child in Rochdale? Yes. Well, it's one of them places.
Yeah, it's probably.
But it's the most famous one.
Yeah. Now it's probably like 17. But that's not the ones they're going to record, because they're talking about the migrants.
Actually, I would love. I wonder if someone's got a map of that. I wonder if we can see the age of first child based on geography. Oh, we have a message from Danny.
Danny Delete Zero donated $10. Gentlemen, it is once again my great displeasure and regret to inform you that women, and damn Bez, I know RAM prices are high, but did you really need to put this segment out there for me?
Yes, Danny, I did have to put this segment out there for you. Wait till you see the next article. You're going to get very annoyed. Oh dear. So we'll leave the immigration discussion because we always have one of those. So yeah, Basically,
It's true.
Bleach is back. Feminists have told women not to have kids because having kids makes you a victim of the patriarchy. Women have not had kids, and this is men's fault. If you look at it as a matter of letting them vote, sure, but yeah. Anyway, let's have a look at the next article. So this is on the Irish Independent. Lorraine Courtney, young men are turning to the manosphere because masculinity has been unfairly scrutinized and criticized. They just want to belong. Endless condemnation of girls would not fly, so why is it different with boys? I mean, yeah, basically. That's what we've been saying, just with more swear words. So, the idiot known as Louis Theroux has a new film. Explain the manosphere. Was released on, yes. to our great disappointment. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So the new film explaining the manosphere was released on Netflix last week, and you could write the reaction even before the documentary aired. So I haven't watched the documentary because Netflix can go die on a fire. But I have heard that basically they just found a bunch of useless grifters. They didn't actually interview. They basically cherry picked the worst of the worst, and did a documentary based on that. So it's a worthless documentary, like most.
They still made that guy look like a bit of a fucking clown, though.
Yeah, but how stupid does he have to be? He got the dumbest fucking manosphere influences he could find. But yeah, he set out with an agenda and then tried to confirm it, because they didn't influence any of the people. Like, do we count as the manosphere, or do we not because we're not don't have millions of viewers?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. So look at these dreadful young men. Look at the influences they follow. Another national conversation about what's wrong with boys. Netflix calls it a no holds barred, except actually looking at the story fairly. Investigation into a growing ultra masculine network. I'm sorry, the manosphere is on ultra masculine network. Which of these influencers are masculine, as opposed to just being douchebags? Oh, right. Our leftists won't understand the difference between a douchebag and a man. Where were we? In which Thoreau immerses himself in the algorithm-driven world where young men swap advice about women, masculinity, and power. The manosphere refers to a network of websites, forums, social media accounts, and influencers that is specifically cherry-picked by leftists to make men look as bad as possible. I mean, that focuses on issues related to men and masculinity. Many of these spaces promote what they describe as traditional masculinity, and many of them don't, like anything associated with Andrew Tate. Offers are emphasizing male leadership in relationships and the importance of self-reliance, confidence, and personal success. The first one's debatable, but the other three are essential. In his fucking documentary, Thoreau manages, in his propaganda, Thoreau manages to speak to some of the space's more controversial figures. So, there's podcaster Myron Gaines, author of the book Why Women Deserve Less. There's American influencer Justin Waller, a businessman whose podcast speaks to the gospel of man dominance, and fucking Sneeko, the useless little Ponzi-ass bitch Sneeko. I haven't even heard of the other two, and Sneeko's a bit. That's what this guy's fucking looking into. This is the fucking manosphere that this guy is getting involved with. And then there's the man Thoreau spends most of his time spent fucking hell, people write properly. And then there's the man Thoreau spends perhaps the most time with. 23-year-old British streamer Harrison Sullivan, never heard of him. Known online as HS Tiki Toki, never heard of him. He refers to his girlfriend as a dishwasher. This is not subtle stuff. What is almost more predictable than the influences themselves is what followed. Right on cue, the commentary machine whirred into life. Columns, panels, podcasts, radio debates. Experts explaining the pathology of modern masculinity. Long lectures about misogyny, toxicity, and the online radicalization of boys. And then there was, speaking of propaganda, there's adolescence. The tone was instantly familiar because we've heard it all before. We heard it last year after the Netflix propaganda adolescence triggered a similar wave of national anxiety, with this bleak portrait of teenage boys disappearing down online rabbit holes. Yeah, ignore the demographics of the actual kid it was based off of, like. Remember the fuss we were all there talking about, like, with real life, dissecting every scene, worrying about the lads as if we'd been handed a social documentary instead of a scripted drama. Everyone acted like we were uncovering a national crisis, when in fact it was just actors reading lines on a set. But the conversation felt real because we've been primed to see boys as a problem. That's true, fictional as it was, slipped straight into the narrative we already believe. Boys are dangerous. Which would all be grand and necessary even, except their reactions prove the menace to his point. Because the most powerful moments in Thoreau's film were not the influences screen for the camera, they are the young men watching them. Thoreau meets a couple of Justin Waller and his acolytes, still never heard of Justin Waller, and gently asks what draws them to this well. Their answers are heartbreaking. They're not looking for misogyny. They're looking for belonging, for identity, for purpose. Needs that once might have been met in family, school, or community, but which now, fucking hell, this woman's writing, which now often are much harder to find, and that is where the entire public reaction begins to look oddly self-defeating. The reason teenage boys drift into these online worlds in the first place is not, as we like to imagine, because they woke up one morning and decided to become misogynists. It's because the real world increasingly feels like it dislikes them. Because it clearly fucking does. From school onwards, they are told in 1,000 subtle and unsubtle ways that masculinity is suspect, that male behavior is something to be managed, the boys are a problem category. As we've been saying, and as even Christine Hoff Summers wrote over a decade ago now, that boys are being treated like defective girls.
Well, and the previous article just proves that point.
Yeah.
Right? They're blaming the men for everything. The women bear no fucking responsibility. It's all the men. It's the men's fault. The men aren't growing up quick enough, and the men are awful, and they're pushing off having kids for too long, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, and this was straight up a propaganda piece. And they've just proven the point.
Yeah.
Like, we've already seen article after article of how they're just proving the fucking point that men are demonized. And in a situation where men are going to be demonized and vilified just for being men, we're trying to be men and then be blamed for the fucking blamed when they withdraw because the women are toxic. Like, why would you even bother engaging with those people?
Yeah.
Why would you bother engaging with wider society when you're going to be labeled as toxic no matter what you do? It's like, well, if I interact with you and you call me fucking toxic, I'm just going to fucking not interact with you and hang out with these dudes over here who don't think that I'm toxic or that I'm awful or that I'm doing something specifically fucking evil and wrong. Exactly.
They'll hang out with the people that don't immediately blame them for everything wrong with the world. Unfortunately, that group includes a phenomenally large collection of douchebags who aren't worth the air they breathe, like this fucking loser. Apparently, that dipshit on the right of the cuckold is HS Tiki Toki. So when I said,
but the only reason those guys get,
yes,
the only
that's
reason
the
they
point.
Get any traction at all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The only reason that douchebags and morons like this get any traction is because they're the only ones telling guys that it's okay to be a man. It's okay to want to be strong. It's okay to want to be a provider. Granted, these guys do it in the douchiest, wankiest ways possible, but they're the only ones providing an option. Like Jordan Peterson was providing an option for a time being, and God did the left go after him. He was the closest fucking thing to Satan aside from every leftist wet dream fucking Andrew Tate.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, of course the boys are going to gravitate towards men who are telling them that, no, you're not wrong. It's actually the school and the feminists and the women. Unfortunately, it then tends to evolve into, and that's why you should buy my book, The 100 Best Protein Powders for Fuckwits. Or some bullshit like that. It's not, and it's rarely traditional masculinity. That guy's not traditionally masculine. He's a douchebag. But there are very few traditionally masculine role models. Like, if Joe Rogan actually spoke to young boys, he'd be a good example. But that's not really what he does. Because Joe Rogan's very typically masculine, but not in the douchebag kind of way. But yeah, there's very few influences, because especially as we know that negativity sells, and engaging with short form content, which is a lot harder when you've got an actually thought out point, rather than just tell that bitch to get into the kitchen and make you a sandwich, which is funny, but not necessarily the most productive solution. So you've got people in the short form content making snappy videos that are funny but not necessarily productive, and I don't think you've got anyone in the long form space, at least not that I'm aware of. Like, Jordan Peterson's fallen off since he got sick. So it's like, where do boys have to go? Like, are they going to move away from? They're not going to gravitate to the people that are saying they're evil. So what are they left with? Most of the shitheads in the manosphere, the ones the grifters, the morons. There's so very few that are actually positive role models, or trying to be. Yeah, Danny says he does love titles of Myron Gaines' books, Why Women Deserve Even Less. Yeah, which is a funny title. I'm not sure it's necessarily productive, and I still don't know who Myron Gaines is, so he's it's definitely very relevant. Louis Theroux has definitely done a great job of finding relevant people. I still can't believe they fucking counts Sneeko. Sneeko is such a little loser. So this woman continues describing how boys are treated. So boys are told they're the discipline primarily in classrooms, they are the statistics in crime reports, they're the awkward presence in conversations about gender. Culturally, they're treated as something between a risk factor and a punchline, so they go online. And there, in the messy sprawl of YouTube, podcasts, and TikTok, they find men telling them the opposite. You're not the problem, the world is. Your teachers, journalists, and politicians don't understand you. Your frustrations are legitimate. You can think those influences are ridiculous, and many of them are. Yep, exactly. Some are genuinely poisonous, like all the ones that fucking Thoreau interviewed. Fucking Sneeko. Jesus Christ, imagine taking that little weasel seriously.
Imagine trying to not throw him off of a L-train platform.
Well, if Louis Theroux wasn't a pathetic little cuckold.
I mean, they probably both had some bunga party time.
Yeah. I'm just going to get... see if I can get an image of Sneeko. Sneeko is this pathetic weasel.
Well, and Sneeko also advocates for fucking Islam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That too. So, very valuable. So...
But he, I mean, this guy purposefully sought out these people.
Yeah, he sought out
let's not make it. He looked for the douchebags. He looked for the jerks.
Like, still don't know who Justin Waller is. I don't know who half these people are. But maybe because I don't associate with fuckwits.
I don't personally hate Myron Gaines either. I think he says some funny shit.
He might do, but my point.
But that's because I hate women.
I can't cast judgment on Myron Gaines because I don't know who the fuck he is because he's irrelevant. I've literally never heard of him. So, big influencer. Who? which brings us back to, oh, here we go. Their appeal is not complicated. They offer validation to people who feel none. Which brings us back to the great national response whenever a documentary like The Rose appears. Documentary, propaganda piece. Because what follows is not curiosity, it's condemnation. More adults shaking their heads at young men, more panels explaining them, and more commentators diagnosing them like a social disease, all of it fuel on the fire. Now this means the misogyny is imaginary. It is. It isn't. Some corners of the internet are genuinely ugly places. Yeah, have you asked the Muslims what they think about women's liberation? Oh, Maureen's a co-host on the Fresh and Fit podcast, that collection of subhumans.
Yeah, I tried to say that earlier. My mic was muted.
I was wondering why you were awfully quiet.
Yeah, sorry.
So basically, Louis Theroux went around and got together a collection of guys whose combined IQ is lower than room temperature and somehow expects us to take that seriously. Fucking Fresh and Fit. There's something that shouldn't be on the fucking internet. Because holy shit, the women they have to get on to have women dumber than them is fucking incredible. These fucking idiots couldn't think their way out of a wet paper bag. And yet somehow they still manage to find women dumber than them every fucking week or whatever.
They could not think their way out of a open box.
To be fair, I've seen my dog struggle to find his way out of an open door.
You know, they're picking OnlyFans whores, right? That's
like
mainly
I
who
said,
they're getting, because
they're picking the only women they can find that are dumber than them.
Right.
OnlyFans whores.
Well, that's and the women are asking to go on themselves too. It's not like they're fully soliciting all the women. The women understand that it will be a bump to them for publicity if they get out there. And then also they think that they can, they're going to get on there and prove everybody wrong. And they're going to get on there and, prove why it's okay for them to be fucking dudes on cameras and still calling themselves a virgin kind of shit. So it's both ways. Right. It's the women are fucking stupid. They're not wrong. They got stupid women. And the women are so stupid that they asked to come on there and be made to look stupid.
But they're not beating the women because they're smart. They're beating the women because they've selected for the dumbest women they can find. For the record, this is the Fresh and Fit losers. You've probably seen them being really stupid on the internet. Or rather, you've probably seen the selected clips of the women saying really dumb things. Because again, they find the dumbest women possible.
Yeah, I mean, what's the difference between the Fresh and Fit podcast and Immigrants Welcome here in Rotherham?
Ooh, I don't know. Like, I legitimately don't think know if there is one. Yeah, Danny's like, what the fuck do you mean the only ones they can find? That's how many dumb slags there are. No, I was describing women as a whole, Danny. That's a very valid point. But I was saying that you don't exactly see them going out and finding non-dumb whores. There are, in fact, non-dumb women. In fact, we have like 3.5 in our chat here. It depends if Maureen's awake or not. She's the half. If she's awake, she's relatively smart for a woman. If she's asleep, But yeah, no, they're not. They're obviously not selecting smart women because these idiots couldn't argue against an average intelligence woman.
If she's asleep, that means she's still smarter than anyone on the podcast. That podcast,
that podcast, yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, this one too, probably.
Yeah, there's so many dumb slugs. There's so many dumb slugs on OnlyFans that think they're going to be in the top 1% making the millions of dollars. When in reality, they're going to post their butthole on the internet and maybe get $17. So they realize they're only getting $17, and then they go on Fresh and Fit, and then they get absolutely clowned upon by a bunch of fucking idiots.
Clowned by clowns?
Basically, it's clown on clown violence. So, yeah, again, please point to the misogyny in the room with us. But there is something strangely futile about an actual conversation that talks endlessly about boys without ever speaking to them as if they were worth persuading or worth liking or even worth understanding. She's so very close. Does she actually understand and this is just to protect herself, or does she actually believe that? It's hard to tell. But there is, and if I'm sick and tired of hearing that boys are toxic, but they're a problem and that everything they do is wrong, imagine how it lands to the lads themselves. Imagine being 16, scrolling through your feed and hearing the entire adult world sighing at you, shaking their heads, diagnosing you like a social disease. We'd never get away with this sort of endless condemnation if it were young women, so why is it suddenly acceptable when it comes to boys? Suddenly. It's acceptable to shit on men for recorded history. And then we act surprised when some of them wander off to the corners of the internet, where however misguided the message might be, someone's at least telling them they're not the problem. Exactly. That's a good conclusion. That's exactly the correct conclusion. I would also like to take this moment to get up on my soapbox, or perhaps stack a second soapbox on top of this one. Dear fuckwits on the internet. Yes, we understand that most women aren't raving man-hating harpies. Barely most. But do understand that despite, there's so many idiots on the internet going, oh, but what you see on the internet isn't reflective of real life. No, but you know what is reflective of real life? The fuckwits running our countries. Our politicians believe this shit. So it doesn't matter if only a small percentage of the population believes it. The fucking politicians do. So you're right. Most people might not believe in this fucking feminist nonsense, but our fucking politicians do. Yeah, fucking idiots. Danny says this one's like 30 years behind. Yeah, how old's Christina Hoff Sommers' book? Like, that had been well published even before I'd even heard of her.
Yeah, it's probably like 20 or 30 years. Maybe even longer than that.
Oh, God, I hope not, because that's going to make me feel ridiculously old.
Guess what? You're ridiculously old.
Ah, fuck. I'm still the youngest one on the podcast, like.
Fair.
First, oh, God, Christ. I'm not sure I want to read this aloud. The War Against Boys was published in 2000.
No, that's not that bad.
It's 26 years ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, so actually, Danny wasn't far off. Yeah, she's at least 26 years behind. And just to drag over the tagline from the book, despite popular belief, American boys are tagged behind girls in reading and writing ability, and they're less likely to go to college. In 2000. I was still in primary school in 2000, I think. Yes, I was still in primary school in 2000. That's how long this has been a problem.
Well, and you know, to get to the point of having to write the book, she had to have been thinking this for at least another 5 years.
At least. And it's actually 3.95 stars on Goodreads, and Goodreads is a cesspit of communists. Young men are greatly at risk, yet the best-known studies and experts insist that it's girls who are in need of attention. The highly publicized girl crisis has led to many changes in American schools, politics, and parenting, but at what cost? In this provocative book, Christina Hoff Sommers argues that our societies continue to overemphasize the troubles of girls, while the boys suffer from the same self-esteem and academic problems. Boys need help, but not the sort of help they've been getting. So yeah, probably at least 30 years that this has been a problem, and at least 26 that it's been publicized.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Danny was pretty fucking good on. Danny says he remembers telling a teacher he'd sue her in second grade over the difference in treatment from the girls in class. He got sent to the principal's office. Did you sue the principal? Also, isn't it interesting how even with literally a generation Oh God, that's terrific. There's been at least a generation since Christina Hoff Sommers wrote this fucking book. But there, yeah, even after all this, somehow still a large percentage of principals in schools are men. Isn't that odd? And it's not the fucking patriarchy, because like 90% of the schooling system, if not more, is women.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know a guy who used to work as a groundskeeper for a school. He was the only man on site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of fucking wild. Danny says, I wish, but no, I didn't. My mother was also a teacher, and she reamed the second grade teacher after talking to me about it. Yep, good on her. And Silver says it was written in 2000. The newer crops of femicunts probably have no idea this book exists, so it's now to keep that rating. If feminists could read, they'd be really upset by that.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah. Where? And just to round out the misery of men, cancer-stricken pensioner 71 with Parkinson's disease spent 3 months in prison after his carer falsely accused him of making threats to rape and kill her.
Uh-huh.
Yeah?
Evidence?
None whatsoever. No, you know what the fucking evidence was? Because I've read this article already. The evidence was, and this is so fucking retarded, that it was sent from an email address with his name on it. I'm quickly going to spin up a new Gmail account that says KeirStarmer666@gmail.com and send Hillary Clinton an email saying that I have information that could lead to her arrest. Oh dear. So a cancer-stricken pensioner with Parkinson's disease spent 3 months in prison. Because remember, in England, you do not have a right to a speedy trial. You do not have the right to habeas corpus. So this dumb whore made 20 false reports to police over a 6-month period, claiming pensioner John Andrews had sent her malicious and threatening emails. The bitch also sent fake emails to a solicitor posing as the guy and making threats against herself. Oh, the cat has found a little bell ball and is being very loud with it out in the living room. Prosecutor Daniel Cohen told a court how this dumb bitch had been trusted to deal with medical appointments and bills on Mr. Andrews' behalf and set up an email address in his name while she was his carer in August 2022. Mr. Andrews, 71, who has bladder cancer, mobility issues, and Parkinson's disease, was arrested on 3 occasions and spent just over 3 months on remand at HMP Elmley. By the time he was released, he had lost 2 stone in weight and was too unwell to attend the sentencing in person because he had had a further cancer diagnosis. Also, what the fuck's wrong with the system? Yeah, we'll keep this guy on remand, the crippled guy with cancer. Yeah, we'll keep him on remand. But, that 20-year-old that's had 150 arrests and has breached his bail conditions 10 times? Yeah, we'll let him out on bail again. Cohen, the prosecutor said the allegations, arrests, and stay in custody caused him serious distress as he lost access to his phone and laptop and friends shunned him. Oh, don't forget the loss to his freedom, you fucking idiot. So the dumb whore pleaded guilty to perverting the course of justice when she appeared at Maidstone Crown Court for a plea and trial preparation hearing on December 22nd. The stupid bitch admitted to making a number of false allegations of rape, violence, and threats to kill during a 6-month period between August 2023 and February 2024. As he jailed the stupid bitch for 4 years, a whole whopping 4 years, the judge described her offending as sophisticated and premeditated and relentless. Sophisticated from this thing. The prosecution said this stupid bitch eventually became a romantic partner. What? Really? Ew. But this relationship ended in November 22. In June 2023, the bitch had sought a non-molestation order against Mr. Andrews at family court, but had sent 5 fake emails to solicitors spying as if she was Mr. Andrews and making threats against herself. A final non-molestation order was confirmed in August in Mr. Andrews' absence. During the next 6 months, the bitch made 13 calls to the police alleging that Andrews was making malicious and threatening emails and made 7 separate witness statements to police where she signed a declaration that the statement was true. So why wasn't she sentenced to 7 years? After the 7th witness statement, Andrews was charged with 6 offences of breaching the non-molestation order and malicious communications that were demanded in custody. When she made the allegations, the bitch had criticised the police for lack of action on her allegations and said she could be dead by Monday. Yes, the 71-year-old crippled cancer patient would have killed her. But during the police investigation, it was discovered she was writing the emails to herself before falsely reporting the offences. Oh, good fucking job investigating that before you arrested the man, you fucking idiots. 3 fucking months he spent in jail. Her lies were revealed after officers found the IP address from which the threats were sent. How fucking unsophisticated is that? Was linked to Kinraid's home address and her telephone number was used as the recovery phone number for the account. Oh my god, you lazy, useless idiot cops. The probe revealed that she made internet searches including, can the police track an IP address from an email? Yes, they can. In his victim impact statement, the victim detailed how this bitch's actions had impacted his finances, health, accommodation, and his attendance to medical appointments. He lost access to his phone and laptop, which took nearly a year to be returned because the police are fucking useless. And his reputation and confidence around his friends had also been affected. He said, I used to be a very trusting person and I'd want to help people. I think the way I was treated was absolutely criminal. Yes, the cops were fucking incompetent idiots. Many such cases. It was a horrific experience for me to go through, and I've never experienced anything like it before, and it's had quite an effect on me. The court heard he sometimes dreams he's still inside the cells and feels scared he could end up in prison and that the bitch might come after him again. In mitigation, the useless fucking defender read a short apology letter written by the bitch to her victim, where she expressed remorse and said she was committed to learning from this. Fuck off. No, fuck off.
Yeah, she should be committed to learning from it behind fucking bars.
Yeah. She should be flayed a fucking live.
Right.
This absolute fucking cunt. Nothing like this will ever happen again. I am sincerely sorry, the bitch said. Well, fuck off, you whore. You're not sorry. You're just sad you got fucking caught being a fucking idiot. You absolute fucking scum. Like, imagine if she'd been competent enough to use a fucking VPN and not link her fucking phone number to the recovery email. The court heard that the bitch had not provided her medical records to the doctor as part of the pre-sentencing report, but the doctor thought she might meet the criteria of personality disorder. So what? Execute the cunt. She knew it. Yeah, despite this, in his good, a correct fucking decision from a judge. In his sentencing remarks, the judge said, I'm not persuaded that any personality disorder, if it exists, had any marked impact on your culpability in this case. Good. The judge also questioned the lack of insight from the defendant on why she had done what she did. And a defense barrister explained that she'd been unable to articulate. Okay, she doesn't think she did anything wrong. The judge said, it seems you're being offered support and attention from various outlets, that you being offered support and attention from various outlets may have contributed to your offending behavior. He denied that the defendant's actions had resulted in an utter waste of police resources, court resources, and prison resources. But the man's problems can go fuck themselves.
Right.
Your actions represent an appalling abuse of trust. False allegations were also made in the family court to have had an impact on the course of justice in 2 jurisdictions. The judge remarked that the behavior was sophisticated, premeditated, and relentless, and said it undermines every single victim of domestic abuse that makes a true report of crime. I notice how I still haven't heard any reference to the suffering of the man. The 35-year-old idiot was handed a 4-year prison sentence, will serve no more than half in custody. What did he fucking do? So this guy's been putting up with this shit for longer than this bitch will be in prison. In addition, a 10-year restraining order was imposed. Well, that's probably sufficient because this guy's not going to survive the 10 years. And the bitch will have to pay a whopping £1,000 in court costs and automatic surcharge. She should be fucking executed. But you'll notice that several accounts of the police just believing what she said and then arresting the guy without investigation. Maybe they could, if she had months of emails, they could have, I don't know, got a warrant for the fucking emails before they arrested the guy and held him for 3 fucking months and then kept his devices for over a year. But no, that would require not being a bunch of useless fucking Nazis. Oh, imagine spot on. She's this dumb and she still managed to outwit the police.
Right.
This fucking bitch. Bring me in the death penalty. Yeah. You can... disgrace the sentence she'll be out in 2 years, yet they say it doesn't end that other problem. I read week after week that female teachers abuse the way our justice system is beyond broken. It's like that on purpose. Absolutely fucking disgraceful. So the relevance of this to the segment is that the police believe this bitch's accusations with no fucking evidence, with no investigation. Lazy fucking cops just assume the woman's telling the truth. So isn't all that fucking fabulous? Rightio. I believe we're ready for Bleach's segment. Yes.
I guess so.
Let me see. We want that one. And if you're ready to go, Bleach, I'll go over to you.
I am ready.
Fantastic. The floor is yours, sir.
Well, this segment is obviously Careful Brother. Partly in response to some of the spurging out that I have seen on a certain particular group here the last couple of years, just going ballistic. And it got me to thinking there's another group that is getting a pass, a big pass. And they've been very, very involved in the corruption and destruction of our culture and society. But we don't talk about them nearly as much in terms of them having agency to absolutely affect what they're doing. It's always, oh, well, this other group with little small hats is doing it all. No, my position is, in the West, we're in a culture war between these two rival religions, and I actually have some evidence to back it up. Now, there is a forewarning, and there is some sources that I found that have tiny little alliances, but that doesn't invalidate the evidence that I'm going to be presenting, just their analysis. So we'll just dive right in. So this is primarily US focused, obviously, but it doesn't just stay in regards to the United States. So New York doing their little bow down prayer with the end of Ramadama Ding Dong.
Hail Satan.
Pretty much. France doing the same. A Dearborn, Michigan. We don't need to do anything, but you know that they're going to be blasting this in Dearborn, occupied Dearborn. Absolute blasphemy. Absolute blasphemy. Not only does this church need to be cleansed of the evil that they have invited in, but the priest and the bishop need to be removed and investigated and excommunicated.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Excommunication, because they clearly do not have the church's best interests in mind. or the congregation.
No, they're not serving the Lord. So Texas, down in Plano, there is also an incident in Richardson, Texas. So, that's not really on topic, so we'll skip that. Connecticut State Board of Education. Superintendents, March 19th, House of Representatives passed Senate Bill 298 into law about requires curriculum materials be available to boards on Islamic and Arab studies, encouraging them to provide this instruction.
What the fuck for? No, fuck off. Get fucked. Who gives a shit? Get absolutely rooted, you fucking terrorist sympathizers.
Oh, you're going to be nice and ranty by the end of this. Birmingham, and specifically, what was it? So I can't remember where in Birmingham, but yes. Also, Trafalgar Square was occupied. Like this, with old Sam Dick Con Man.
Absolutely fucking vile.
Spain.
But we
Spain.
investigate that one and that
This
one.
is
Nonsense.
I mean, even if it's
I wouldn't put it
not
past a little
the fact
cuckold, but
they've legitimized 500,000 Muslims into their country.
ew.
Yeah,
What's their
That-
fucking
that is
population
true.
again?
I'd have to look that up. But I mean, it's like maybe 2% that has been added, but they want to make sure that they can dominate the vote. And then the fucking UN and this shriveled potato of a human being. Let's eradicate the scourge of Islamophobia from every country and community. Let's build a world rooted in respect, inclusion, justice, and domination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fucking UN.
It's amazing. It's truly amazing. So in this arc that I've been through, and we don't really need to go into much, but yeah, too many communities are hurting. By that they mean non-white, non-Christian.
Yeah.
Far too many Muslims' daily life can be shaped by exclusion or facing a tide of anti-Muslim bigotry and hate. Okay, where does this come from?
What a shame they're facing hatred. Being hated is so much worse than being murdered for your religion.
Clearly.
You weren't so concerned about mean words about Muslims. Meanwhile, all those fucking third world shitholes where you get executed for being Christian.
Yep, Digier is correct. Surrender monkey surrenders. Yep. So, let's start off with one of the primary groups that is driving this.
The Jews.
The Muslim Brotherhood.
Oh, that one.
No. Yeah, the Muslim Brotherhood, which has been around since 1928. So, yeah. So yeah, past 6 decades? No, it's for like the past 100 years. So this was from a military intelligence document that I found. The Muslim Brotherhood in America is a Salafi jihadist organization largely founded by Saudi Wahhabists, Salafis. Functions by establishing organizations as fronts which freely operate within religiously permissive environment of America. Unfortunately, Islam is not just a religion, it's a political, social, legal, and economic system. The Muslim Brotherhood continuously pursues its goal for an Islamic caliphate to enforce Sharia. Far from fringe radical, these objectives are mainstream in Sunni orthodoxy, includes jihad. So, kind of goes through, it's like, all right, let's, what's going on here? So it's further beyond the scope of the monograph to suggest a course of action that the U.S. government to combat the Muslim Brotherhood's actions in the United States. It'd be sufficient for policymakers to recognize the Muslim Brotherhood as a threat, kind of like Antifa, and that everyone who is sworn to support and defend the Constitution, blah, blah, blah. So that, and I'm like, okay, what organizations are under the umbrella of the Muslim Brotherhood? Now, one of the biggest ones, and it was kind of proven in a court case, but it's still tenuous publicly, was through a case, and we'll touch on it, called the Holy Land Foundation, that tied CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, and the Muslim Brotherhood. So it makes it very interesting. So we've got, some of the highlights. INSA, Islamic Society for North America, Muslim Student Association, Muslim Communities Association, the Association of Muslim Social Scientists. So, 29, 30 were listed in this. There's, this document sources a lot of their own writings, but we don't have time for that. So, yeah. So, what's CARE? CARE was founded in 93 by Omar Ahmad, and they have had very deep ties to DC, lots of heavy influence. They really started working after the Oklahoma City bombing to kind of deflect all of the scrutiny that has been rightfully piled upon them. Maybe I should say scrutiny upon them. Yes, so they're also the ones that really coined and pushed the term religion of peace. Yeah. As unshocking as that is. So the Holy Land Foundation is when they were convicted upon retrial of basically aiding material support. Now, I haven't gone through all the court documents and records, but they did have part of this trial, a statement from in 1991, an internal memo from the Muslim Brotherhood about how to affect change in the United States. And we do have that, and I've got a few selections I'd like to pull out of that. But, so
this is one hell of a time to get back.
Yes. So
what's that? Take back the Holy Land?
Yes. So they've also enacted their own form of the Anti-Defamation League. It's the Arab American Anti-Discrimination Committee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those the two we can lazy to do a terrorism to a support. I see.
Yes. And so this is you're kind of picking up on part of it is this is the equivalent to what the nosy people have been doing. They're just catching on much later, but it's still very much the same project. So, yeah, they're talking about lawsuits. One of the interesting things is you look at resources, and let's take a look at community toolkits real quick. Oh, fuck off. Get out of here. All right. Yeah. Talks about like knowing your rights as a employee, student, whatever, how to react to anti-Muslim hate crimes.
You could fuck off and leave.
Yes. But let's take a real quick look at the pocket guide.
Holy Jesus Christ.
It tells Yeah, this is horrendous. Visually at least. Yeah, they're also pushing for legislation in a lot of places. So the US Islamophobia Network exists influential groups and individuals who falsely cast Islam and Muslims as a malevolent existential threat.
Well,
Here
it's
is
a good thing that
identified
there's nobody
33
casting them falsely as an existential threat.
Right. So it goes through, it talks about how to document, how to challenge people, writing letters to the editor, things like that. Also, oh look, go and report these incidents to CARE so they can advocate on your behalf.
So that they can
Jesus.
direct propaganda on your behalf.
They're just
Yes.
the ADL for Arabs. That's all they are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. And so then you get Muslim American Society. Also 93, headquartered in DC.
Interesting how there's so many of these different Muslim specific societies. But if we try and have one little clan, no.
But it's what I find really fascinating. It's all 93. All 93. And so they were incorporated in Illinois, now in DC in 98. Founding members of the organization were involved with the Muslim Brotherhood.
Shocking.
Yo.
And later says, oh, we're not involved with them. They're more tied in with CARE.
Yeah, just like how Antifa has nothing to do with anti-fascist action or Rose City Antifa. Just how those things have nothing to do with each other.
Right.
So, yep, just a...
God, that's an ugly fucking website.
It is, but they're ugly people, so...
That's true.
They're talking about...
Well, actually,
Texas.
that's not true. The ugly part is, but the other bit's divided.
Yeah, look at all the Islam to Muslims, leadership development, community mobilization, social justice.
Yeah.
Islam to non-Muslims. Full on just, hey, let's go out there and push. So,
yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's an Islamification agenda.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Using the communo-leftist tactics.
So this is a sister organization to the one we just talked about, the Islamic Society of North America. And they're focusing a lot on having these big conferences, going out and basically proselytizing. And a friend of mine who I can't really talk much, but he was actively proselytized while in a official position.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting bit
couldn't
of
really.
propaganda.
It was, and I can't say more, but it was very much they're going hard. Oh, look, there's a matrimonial banquet in Chicago and retreats. And
I
this
mean,
one's
how many
important.
ways can you dress a goat?
More than you'd expect, apparently.
I mean, you can dress it for bed, you can dress it for food, or you can just dress it for whatever the Muslims like using them for.
So, yes.
Bed.
So,
exactly.
This is also important. Looking at the locations: California, Texas, scrolling too fast, Georgia, Illinois, DC, Indiana. So this is not just fuck you website.
Spring camp counselors, huh? Interesting. I'm sure that.
Yeah. It's very much hey, yeah, we're doing all these things. We're at these locations. We're reaching out. They're not just restricted to certain areas. So with that kind of overarching thing, you're starting to see the picture. This is not just a couple of loose organizations. This is a very organized, decisive group. And it's something where it's like all the other things. You are only shown like little snippets, little pictures without putting it all together. So this group, Jamaat al-Fukra, has been actually convicted. This is the blind sheikh from the 90s. And they've bombed in the United States, in Oregon, took part in 9/11, and there have also been some arrests within Virginia. And there is the bombing of a Hindu temple in Toronto.
So peaceful, so tolerant.
I mean, it's what they always do. It is the peace that these creatures want is the peace of the grave.
It's almost as if they've been doing the exact same thing in the exact same way for at least 4,000 fucking years.
Yeah.
Yes. So we'll come back.
They're
to
not that
them.
old.
Yeah,
But
like
the Bronze Age
1400
Sumerians
years.
that they were descended from were doing the same shit.
Yeah.
So
still worshiping demons too.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of like a background of active groups, and we'll kind of trickle back through this. But I just wanted to set up the premise that there's multiple groups. Some of them, like Al-Fukra, are active terrorist organizations, but most of them are working the social justice and societal angles. And again, this is within the United States. We already have seen the fruits elsewhere. So the main driver is the Muslim Brotherhood. And I need to scroll back up real quick. Give me a second. So they're a transnational Sunni Islamic organization founded in 1928 after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. It's pan-Islamic and focuses currently a lot on basically Africa as a continent. But they're much, much more embedded. So they are tied to Iran, Qatar, Turkey, and Hamas. So we don't need to go into all their activities. They had a hit squad. They started activity. They were the other side of the Arab-Israeli conflict in 48. They were the primary drivers of that. So when I keep saying there are two parties involved, this is the other party, and we are the battleground. So everybody here remembers the Arab Spring, right?
Yep.
Do we?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They enshittified their entire fucking
Yeah, we know about it. I'm just
pretty much guaranteed
laughing. I'm just laughing at the boys again.
I just wanted to make fun of them more.
Yeah, I was making fun of Bleach.
There.
Well, yeah, we just remember the Arab Spring. Just.
Yep.
So that was primarily a multinational, with the backing of the United States State Department, attempt for a large uprising orchestrated by the Muslim Brotherhood. They won an election in Egypt because that's where they wanted to headquarters the caliphate. They wanted to make old Alexandria the center of the caliphate. So a lot of bullshit floating in here, but this is where they have been active. Bahrain, Iran, Turkey, Iraq, Israel, Palestine, specifically Hamas, Jordan. And you can, again, just the amount of text. Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia. Now, Saudi Arabia is interesting. They went from very strong ties with the Muslim Brotherhood to turning against the Muslim Brotherhood because of the Arab Spring, to the point where they have banned it as a political organization. And that also explains why they've entered into as a signatory with the Abraham Accords, because they see the Muslim Brotherhood as a threat. So then you've got Syria, until it became a capital offense to be a member of the Muslim Brotherhood in Syria, until they ousted Bashar al-Assad. So, yeah, UAE, Yemen. Then you've got Algeria. What things have been popping off since they kicked the French out. Libya, when old Hillary Clinton was cackling about killing Gaddafi, Muslim Brotherhood influence. Mauritania, Morocco, Somalia. Oh, big shock there. Sudan. That's why there's North and South Sudan now. And Khartoum is starving because of the Muslim Brotherhood. Tunisia. And now, oh look, in Europe, France.
Great.
They started off with Union des Organisations Islamiques en France, now Musulmans de France, an organization of foreign students who entered France through Tunisia and Morocco. And now they're growing, and they're communitarianist. So that's basically the French Commune, not necessarily pure-blown communism, but they are really integrated and wanting to have these no-go zones. So then you've got Islamic Community of Germany, Islamische Gemeinschaft in Deutschland. Netherlands, interestingly, they have sent they were trying to pass a ban of the Muslim Brotherhood and its affiliated organization in the Netherlands. So the Dutch were doing something right. Russia, yeah, Frank, it's ingrained in Russia because there was a big demonstration outside of one of the Orthodox churches in Moscow this week. So, yeah, the United Kingdom, obviously there. Yeah. And
the Islamic Institute for Rape and Murder, also known as the Home Office.
Yes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Then you've got Australia, Indonesia, New Zealand, and, of course, the United States.
So fucking thrilled to be on that list.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, it's amazing. And they truly are a pan-Islamist, now primarily Sunni, but any Muslim is basically welcome in as long as they have this desire to spread Islam to the world, to create a global caliphate.
Exactly. That's why, once the whole world's Muslim, then they can have their intersectional fight.
Exactly. And they have figured out how to organize this because they need to have a solid front. And
frankly, it's kind of embarrassing how fucking blatantly obvious they are and how fucking weak to it. Our nations are like, they're literally sitting there telling you what they're doing. And then somehow you're surprised when they do it.
And
It's like when you hear the rattle of a rattlesnake and then you get bit. It's like, well, what the fuck do you think it was doing?
It's funny, isn't it? And yeah, it's something where I just keep getting the J-Spurgs going off, and it's like, but you're not seeing the other side of the coin. One's a distraction for the other, and we're fighting where there's a fight culturally against both, and in other ways against both, that we are not willing to address. It's this stupid binary choice where the correct choice is neither.
Yeah.
So
it's if I may say, how I view it is, one is a poison in the cup while the other is a dagger coming for your gut.
In this case, no, there's two daggers.
True.
Two daggers, one coming from the left, one coming from the right. You just have to have the courage to duck. And right now you're being told ducking is racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Semitic.
Yeah, as Danny DeLito says, the correct choice is fuck them.
Well, I mean, and LGM, the media did a good job convincing the normies that they aren't a threat. Yeah. So, and this is from 2017. Al Jazeera is calling out the Muslim Brotherhood. Been lately in the news that behind the current diplomatic crisis between Qatar and the Gulf countries, it's, Qatar must stop supporting Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood. So, yeah, this is 2017. And there have been, Council of Foreign Relations or Committee on Foreign Relations has talked about it, but it's swept under the rug. It's ignored, and it's stupid. It's like, you're turning from that left to the right so you can not be called racist for observing that somebody's coming at you with a knife.
Yeah, that man's got a knife. You're a racist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally the case.
So,
I mean,
it's literally happened in the UK. That man's got a bomb. But if I say something, I might be called a racist. Bang! Hundreds of dead kids.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if
and
it's
then
hundreds
in
of dead kids.
Germany,
But
there's a dude. Oh, there's a savage with a knife. I better stop him. Police arrest the dude who stops the monster.
Yep.
Possibly. If you're referring to that one specific, if you're referring to that one specific video we covered, though, that was just that was just a shit show, largely exacerbated by women cops being fucking cowards.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like that one pissed me off so much. Like, the one cop who's actually willing to get in there fucking shows up and then, relying on his colleagues to not be fucking idiots, crash tackles the guy he sees actively aggressing, assuming that his colleagues would grab everyone up, which is what you'd not do if you were insane, then gets fucking stabbed. And while one of the other cops is trying to shoot the guy that's stabbing him, some fucking woman cop is grabbing at the fucking cop with the gun's arm. Don't bother grabbing your own fucking gun. No, fucking grab at, in that stupid way that really stupid women do, for a man for protection. Like, if you really want the man to protect you, don't fucking grab him. He needs to be free to fight. Anyway, rant aside.
But then the woman can't really empower themselves and be free, don't you see?
I don't really if the women are free. If you know what, if the women don't shut up, we'll just let the Muslims have it.
Yeah.
They're going to try. So, now, this investigative project on terrorism is very much a normie information site. Well, they provide a lot of stuff to the news outlets and whatnot. It's got a very obvious bias.
Mhm.
However, they do provide original source documents. So that's why I kept them. So, and there talks about some notable quotes that we'll go through, but I'll primarily focus on the document. It's enablement of Islam in North America, meaning establishing an effective, stable Islamic movement led by the Muslim Brotherhood, which adopts Muslim causes domestically and globally, which works to expand the observant Muslim base, aims at unifying and directing Muslim efforts, presents Islam as a civilizational alternative, and supports global Islamic state wherever it is. In order for the movement to become part of a homeland in which it lives, stable in this land, rooted in the spirits and minds of its people, enabled to live of society where it is firmly established organizations on which Islamic structure is built and is the testimony of the civilization achieved, the movement must plan and struggle to obtain keys and tools of this process in carrying out its grand mission as a civilization jihad, responsible in which lies in the shoulders of Muslims, and on top of them, the Muslim Brotherhood in this country. So that's from a 1991 document. Remember when I was telling you about a lot of these organizations being founded in 1993? Ironic timeline, isn't it?
It is.
So this is kind of the opening bit, but we'll just kind of read some of the highlights. So it talks about the Shura Council in 1987, enablement of Islam in North America, meaning establishment. So we just covered that. The priority is that the Shura Council, with the work of the group, the Muslim Brotherhood, in its current former session, which is settlement, the positive development of the Brothers of the Islamic Circle in an attempt to reach unity and merger, the constant need for thinking of future planning, an attempt to read it, working to shape the present and comply with and suit of the needs and challenges of the future. The paper of His Eminence, General Masul, recently sent to the members of the council. And then it goes into a little more detail. And this is the part that I really thought was interesting. The concept of settlement. This term in the group's dictionary documents various meanings in spite of the fact that everyone has meant one thing. We believe that understanding in the essence is the same thing, and we'll attempt here to give the word and its meanings a practical explanation with a practical movement tone and one of philosophical and linguistic explanation, while stressing that this explanation of ours is not complete until our explanation of the process of settlement itself is understood, mentioned in the following paragraph. So, settlement, that Islam and its movement become part of the homeland in which it lives. Establishment, that Islam turns into a firmly rooted organization on whose basis civilization, structure, and testimony are built. Stability, Islam is stable in the land in which its people move. Enablement, Islam is enabled when the souls, minds, and lives of people of the country in which it moves. Rooting, that Islam is resident and not a passing thing, rooted, entrenched in the soil of the spot where it moves, and not a strange plant to it. That is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And again, there's 18 pages of this. I will post this in the Discord, but it is something where when you start putting the pieces together, it makes it absolutely terrifying that we're seeing what happened in the UK. We're seeing it happen in the United States. We're seeing it happen in Australia. This is something that we need to understand, comprehend, and damn. So, yep. And again, there's a lot more to this. I am just breezing through this as quickly as possible. We believe so necessity for achieving union and balanced gradual merger between private work and public work. We believe that is written on the subject many is enough, but it needs a time and practical frame so which it needed is achieved in a gradual and balanced way that is compatible with the process of settlement. So, yep. And then here's another thing, and this is where that Islamophobia being called racist bullshit comes from. It's all bullshit. Absorbing Muslims and winning them with all their factions and colors in America and Canada for the settlement project and making their cause, future, and basis of their Islamic life part of this world. Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're talking about utilizing the scientific method in planning, thinking, and preparation of studies for the process of settlement. History of Islamic presidents in the United States, the history of the Islamic Ikhwana, which is another term for the Muslim Brotherhood in America, Islamic movements, organizations, analysis and criticism, the phenomenon of Islamic centers and schools, challenges, needs, and statistics, Islamic minorities, Muslim and Arab communities. It's good to point that they know there's a difference. U.S. society makeup and politics, U.S. society's views of Islam and Muslims, and many other studies we can direct our brothers and allies to prepare, either through their academic studies or through their educational centers and organizational tasking. So,
sounds awfully organized for a bunch of individuals.
Yes. So, yeah, so we'll keep moving on so we don't get too bogged down in this, but it is mind-boggling. So this is a 71-page document from the Hudson Institute, which is very small hat. They're small pro hat, but they do decent analysis, but it's obviously biased. So they talk about the goals of the Muslim Brotherhood in the U.S. and in Europe. That's basically the only parts that we'll be touching on. But they talk about the basis, the evolution, some of the problems, the current leadership, organization. Oh, look. Remember when I started out and I was talking about Muslim Student Association, North American Islamic Trust, Islamic Society of North America, International Institute of Islamic Thought, CARE, Muslim Society in America, and so on and so forth.
It's almost as if it's all the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Funny that. So we'll go down to the goals and background because it's relatively short, but I'm not going to go read through the whole damn thing. But this is all quoting that original document that I just showed everyone. It's talking about settlement process is a civilizational jihad.
Really?
And let's just dive through this whole thing. The Ikhwan, Muslim Brotherhood, must understand that their work in America is the kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying Western civilization from within, sabotaging its miserable house by their hands and the hands of the believers so that it is eliminated and Satan's religion is made victorious over all religions. Without this level of understanding, we are not up to the challenge and have not prepared ourselves for jihad yet. It is a Muslim's destiny to perform jihad and work wherever he is and wherever he lands until the final hour comes, and there is no escape from that destiny for all who choose to slack, except for those who choose to slack. But would the slackers of the Mujahideen be equal? So there you go.
Disgusting.
This is blatant. This is obvious. And so, talks about its to fully understand the organizational development of the Muslim Brotherhood in the U.S., it is necessary to review the early history of the Brotherhood in Europe, as individuals played important roles in the history, went to take part in the later development of the U.S. Brotherhood. Wall Street Journal reports ascribed Said Rahmani, brother-in-law of the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood, al-Banana. Yes, I said it that way because fuck him. Along with many other Muslim Brotherhoods who fled from Egypt after the attempted assassination of Nasser in 1954. And then they spread it to Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Pakistan. And then, so these individuals, specifically al-Banana's brother-in-law, went to these other states seeding the ideas.
Wow.
Yeah. So, again, not going to get bogged down in all of this, but I wanted to jump down to, I think it was Appendix A. Appendix 1. And it lists all these organizations.
Any familiar names in there?
Oh, yes.
Now isn't this an
look.
interesting chart?
Very. So this is the and again, this is the Hudson Institute. So actually no, I take that back. This is not the Hudson Institute. This is for Center on Islam and Democracy in the Future of the Muslim World. So another think tank. But yeah, Saudi Arabia funds the IIT, which is that Islamic International Think Tank group. Muslim Brotherhood, also him. And just the whole web. We don't need to go through every one of them, obviously, but there's all of these little subheadings and groups that one feeds the other, and so again, I will provide links at another point, but needless to say, this is every bit as entrenched and as old as the other groups that people are complaining about. So this is again from the Investigative Project on Terrorism. Talks about individuals, all of these organizations that are tied one way or another to Islamic terror, but specifically Muslim Brotherhood. All right, so this is The Bridge, which is basically it is the Bridge Initiative, a multi-year research project on Islamophobia at Georgetown University. Aims to disseminate original and accessible research, often engaging analysis and commentary to combat Islamophobia. So in other words,
that is such a shitty made-up word. I hate that word so much.
But you have to explain it and then gut it. And that's my point. Yeah. So this guy, obviously so 2017, when the Muslim Brotherhood kind of popped up on my radar for like the second or third time. The first time was with 2008 with the Holy Land Foundation. But yeah, this is, they're talking about so some of these people who, well, let's just read it. Because it'll make more sense. So, January of 2017, Ted Cruz introduced a bill for the second time to designate the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization. Guided in this affair by Frank Gaffney, who has ties to a very pro-Little Hat group, which is recognized by the SPLC as a anti-Muslim hate group.
Well, they must be based then.
So, yeah. The conservative think tank, which was funded in '88, main driver of the creeping Sharia conspiracy theory. Again, this was almost 10 years ago. And they disprove that paranoia now. So, yeah. Institute at UC Berkeley discovered 194 anti-Sharia bills. And we'll actually touch on that in a little bit. So, but again, so there's this very well-documented anti-Muslim Brotherhood organization. So they're well-funded, they have reach, and they're not stopping. So this is from the Islamophobia Network. Yeah, again, you have to gut this shit before you can really, really understand it. So you've got, again, these organizations and people who are definitely, they have their biases. They're not usually shy about it. But it's interesting where you get more into the grassroots organizations that they're going after and political players. Like Michelle Bachmann, Franks, Elmers, Pete King, Louis Gohmert. Most of these guys are no longer in office because this hasn't been updated in a while.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that this is who they're going because they have over in media a dead man still listed on here. So actually 2 dead men because I think Michael Savage is dead too. But yeah, it's like they're really stretching, but that's because they want to make it very, very paranoid. So let's see, where is... Oh, no, that's... Come on. Well, that's useless. They nuked it since I looked at it earlier this morning. Basically, it's a map where they've got like anti-Islamic laws being passed, or anti-Sharia laws.
Good places to move to.
So, yeah. So this is 2025, and it's years of conversations about the Muslim Brotherhood's influence in the West have been dismissed as fringe, conspiratorial, or Islamophobic. The result that many policymakers, security professionals, community leaders have been conditioned to recoil from even discussing the issue. But the fact is not controversial. They're not secret. They're not speculative. The Muslim Brotherhood itself has laid out a strategy in writing more than 3 decades ago that we're living in the consequences of ignoring it. So that's that document from 1991 that we've gone through already. So it's so Abbott in Texas, as well as Trump, has tried to both have them listed as a terrorist organization, both CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood. Of course, that's being fought in court, but yeah. So, Danny, I will. I've set those aside. I will put those in the Discord when I am done. So, it goes through. It basically it's a much better thought out than what I have done but that's what this article is, and that's from hstoday.us. And yeah, it's very much pointing out what we're going on about. So, and again, another discussion about Texas on notice, Muslim Brotherhood operative named in the 1991 memorandum positioned to profit from school choice. So he's basically set up a school somewhere in Texas. I can't remember where. It's either in Richardson or Plano. Not really important, but just a point of, hey, these people are still around, they're still active, and they are going out of their way to indoctrinate the youth.
Yeah.
So so you remember the Al-Fuqra group that I talked about earlier? Well, Trim, you might not have been here.
No, I wasn't.
I was here and I don't remember it. It's all
So
just a bunch of fucking gibberish.
Oh yeah. And Frank is correct. They are everywhere. So
Yeah.
Jamaat al-Fuqra, or Muslims of America, established Islamic villages across the United States that have been described as terrorist or training camps. They're more compounds. I can't really speak to some of that, but they're more like
Someone tell the
AGF
AGF that somebody cut down a shotgun.
It probably would, yeah. So, and this just goes through where the FBI investigated them in 2009, and then it stopped following up after about 2012. Curious. So, there's Al-Fuqra, and that started in 1980. But they have Colorado locations, they have Toronto locations, they have locations in Virginia, they have locations in, I believe, Washington State. And these are the ones that are under observation. This isn't all of them. And this is from a website called Fuqra Files, which is gone. I had to go back on the Wayback Machine to get a lot of this, because they disappeared in like 23 or 24. Kind of curious why, but yeah. So that gets okay. So we've kind of covered what's going on and the background of that. Now I want to show you the infiltration. More than you've just seen yourselves. So there is this American Baptist Home Mission Society that has been pushing and is an active participant in Chicagoland, pro-Muslim stuff. So this is very much, the Baptist version of what has happened with basically every major Protestant denomination, and it's happened within the Roman Catholics as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if it happened with the Orthodox communities too. That is like, oh, look at this. We've got publications and resources. They want you to buy a damn book. And what's that book? Challenging Islamophobia Together.
Ew.
Right.
Interfaith relationships. Challenge Islamophobia. You're a fucking reading the Quran in Church. Jesus. Where's the fucking Pope with some excommunications? What a load of shite. Yes. In the chickens are going to invite the wolf over for fucking dinner. I'm sure that will go fine.
Yes. It is something where, well, I don't want to get tangentially into the current Pope controversy because, well, he might have excommunicated himself, but we don't need to go there. Yeah, it's like we envision a world where faiths of individuals of all faiths and backgrounds coexist in harmony, free from fear and discrimination. In this future and understanding, they're basically all Muslims. Replace prejudice, fostering global community celebration. Diversity promotes justice. Yeah.
You notice how all the things they said there, none of them were facts or logic or reality.
No. Well, also notice the tone from what we looked at on the Islamic websites versus this.
Mm.
This is all about building bridges.
Slur, you know?
Well, this is all about building bridges. The Islamic websites were all about, oh, that's right, Islam.
Shocking.
Yeah. And then
I'm
these
surprised.
two fucking clowns that are blasphemously LARPing as priests. And remember that interfaith banquet? Also that, matrimonial banquet in Chicago? Same associations. Oh,
hey,
look,
can we
Muslim
send
Hands USA.
those to Iran and see how they get on? Can they tell us, go to Iran and do some interfaith relationshiping, and we'll see how long it takes them to kill both of them.
But yeah, it's like this same clown, Reverend Dr. Michael Wolff. It's like, nope.
Doctor of what? It's going to be a doctor of fucking divinity, so it's going to be worse than worthless.
Yeah. And then, oh, look, it's that same clown ass bitch woman. She's over here where my mouse is circling.
Notice how the Muslims not looking at the uncovered heathen?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
And yeah, this is the book that the other page talked about. Challenging Islamophobia in the Church, Liturgical Tools for Justice.
That's a lot of words to
Shit.
say nothing. Liturgical justice, challenging Islamophobia. Try reading your stupid fucking book, you dumb cunts. Try looking at history. Like, I'm sorry, what happened to the Christians in Iran? What happened to the Christians in Syria? What happened to any of the Christians in the Middle East after the Romans left?
I mean, they were fine for about
400
100
years.
years.
Was that
Yeah.
right? Yeah, until, I don't know, until that useless fucking pedophile warlord showed up and fucking killed everyone.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and this is what I caught on, and this is why. This is the thing that I saw first. That just was like, this is all interconnected. What about anti-Semitism? These idiots recognize the issues of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are intrinsically linked. We are combating anti-Semitism in all its forms. However, other organizations are better equipped to deal specifically with that bullshit. And so this is this is a perfect example. You have these two religions fighting over the bones of Christendom in the West because we don't defend our faith at all. And these people are the happy little morons toddling about thinking they're doing the work of, because it's not God. They don't serve God. These people
They don't even believe.
They serve a utopian dream that they mask in the flesh of Christianity, and that is blasphemous and needs to be called out.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't fuck off. Okay. So this is something where you get in, and this will make sense, I think. So you've got the Muslims. Originally, they were courting Republicans. Now they're courting Democrats. and the the other side is flipped. So the Semites were courting the Democrats. Now they're courting Republicans. So, yeah, this is this lady. It's a great article. Natalie Winters, really good article, well researched. I just wanted to touch on some of it simply because, having a Muslim Leadership Council, it helps ensure our efforts and initiatives are informed by lived experiences, concerns, and insights of those directly affected by Islamo-realism. Leaders in Muslim communities can provide valuable perspectives on the issues they face, and she's calling out those clowns. That it's part of a Muslim Leadership Council, which no doubt has ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. No doubt. So this group again, and I picked her because she distills a lot of this. Reading the Quran in churches. Where hate burns, we read together. Join the Chicagoland-wide initiative about learning the neighbor's faith. This is blasphemous shit. You should understand it, but understand what it's for. So, and again, different article written yesterday, so it was fresh. Actually, it's the same damned article. But it talks about Rockefeller linked. So the Rockefeller Foundation grants to communities foundations of Texas are underwriting a campaign framing to fight Islamophobia. So it's seeping in to so many things of our the NGOs. All of these organizations that are supposed to promote the public good are really just undermined to help the Muslim Brotherhood. So, one more, here, California, they've got their little council. They've been this guy, I don't know who he is. I'm not vouching for him as a legitimate source, but he did make the observation. Is okay, good. And then Sudanese Muslim Brotherhood blocked the flow of humanitarian aid to war-ravaged Khartoum, where hundreds of thousands of civilians, mostly Christian, if I remember correctly, are in need of desperate help. So, and then, Amy Mack, governor of Texas, who is a little too friendly to the H-1Bs, sadly. Richardson's Muslim mayor is defying the 2025 Muslim Brotherhood designation as a terrorist organization. Mayor Amir Omar handed a Ramadan proclamation to a notorious Muslim Brotherhood-tied organization while ICE deported their Hamas-linked leader. So, it's this clown here. And this is Richardson, Texas. I have been to Richardson, Texas. I've walked through that building, actually. So, this is another step. And then North Carolina, which we posted earlier, once rock-solid red stronghold is gone. Governor Joseph Stein has rubber-stamped a official Ramadan 2026 proclamation, turning foreign religious observance into a formal state policy. It's celebration. It isn't celebration. It's political submission. And Governor North Carolina proclamation. North Carolina home 130,000 Muslims. Muslim Americans are the most racially diverse groups in the U.S., comprising of African, Asian, Arab, African, Latinos, and Caucasians. And Islamic traditions and values serve as an inspiration and reflection for the millions of individuals who look to the teachings of Islam for guidance.
Oh, so he's a
And
pedophile.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
So let's see. Yeah, Ramadan is celebrated by Saracens community. Blah blah blah. So during the month of Ramadan Ding Dong, the Saracen community across North Carolina and country will collectively celebrate the revelation of Satan's teachings. And on the behalf of the state of North Carolina, this idiot is proud to recognize the contributions of Muslim Americans. Therefore, I, Josh Stein, Governor of North Carolina, do hereby and proclaim February 17th to March 19th as Ramadan in North Carolina and commend its observance to all residents. Not command, but commend. It's like, yes, this is a good thing. Why don't you want this everywhere?
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, I've started following Amy more there, Danny. Yeah, it's all over the damn place. So let me skip over that. So this is from
Can
Institute.
we? Sorry to interrupt, Bleach, but can we push to the conclusion? We still need to fit Dave in.
I'm just about there. I am just about there.
Fuck, we're not having time for my shit. I'll fucking tell you that right now.
Touch
Fucking
over.
ship has sailed. We're just fucking gonna have to go to memes after this.
So this is just a.
Fortunately, your shit's basically memes anyway.
That we talked about earlier. This is the one that actually works. The math from Berkeley, of course, and this is. Oh look, we're making sure that anti-Sharia, that's in the red, is banned, or we're going to talk about it, and then the states in green are the ones where it's embraced.
Oh,
So,
the communist states.
Yeah.
How
My
convenient.
conclusion: the Muslim Brotherhood is a greater threat than we really understand and are willing to talk about generally, and it's one that, until we're willing to address it, I don't really give a shit about talking about one side when both sides are doing this. So yeah, I just am so tired of it's the glass half empty versus the glass on fire. They both are not what you want. You want the glass for yourself. So yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah, how lovely that that every side of politics is complicit in basically surrendering our nations. So, because once again we've gone over and cut into Dave's time, we'll go to Dave for some dedicated memes, if that's okay, Dave.
Yeah.
Because we got some bad news today. So I should be on your screen, Dave.
Okay.
I suppose we'll do context and some memes about the context.
Yeah. So I actually had a biography of Chuck Norris put together that I was going to go through. But we'll just jump to the memes. So, of course, we're all familiar with the Chuck Norris memes. Let's go to here. This one's not a meme. This one's just something awesome. So this is the Chuck Norris tribute revolver that you used to be able to buy from Chuck Norris's website. And I thought this was fucking hilarious. Here's the here's the page. You have to get it from the Wayback Machine because it's not there anymore. But yeah, there's Chuck Norris revolver, and that little thing in the background there. I am going to cover that because I think that's interesting and important. So this was Chuck Norris's personal code of ethics in the background, and I'll read that to you. Number 1 is, I will develop myself to the maximum potential of my life, or maximum of my potential in all ways. I will forget the mistakes of the past and press on to greater achievements. I will continually work at developing love, happiness, and loyalty in my family. I will look for all the good in all people and make them feel worthwhile. If I have nothing good to say about a person, I will say nothing. I will always be enthusiastic about the success of others as I am about my own. I will maintain an attitude of open-mindedness. I will maintain respect for those in authority and demonstrate this respect at all times. I will remain loyal to my God, my country, my family, and my friends. And I will remain highly goal-oriented throughout my life because the positive attitude helps my family, my country, and myself. So Chuck Norris was a fervent patriot and a fervent Christian. And he, of course, was conservative and supported many conservative candidates. He didn't start out that way. I mean, he probably started out conservative, all that stuff, but he was not a very remarkable person until he went to the military. He joined the military in 1958, joined the Air Force, and went to Korea, where he learned Korean martial arts. So that was the origin of his martial arts career. He went on, had a very successful martial arts career, and ended up having over 30 martial arts studio throughout Southern California, which is how he got into the movies. And then, of course, he was in a shit ton of movies. But the thing we all know Chuck Norris for was his memes. So we'll just jump over to some of those right now. But I had to show the Chuck Norris tribute revolver because this is fucking,
That's cool.
it's too fucking good, dude. It is. It's fucking hilarious. Like, it's got him all over it. It's gold. It's got his signature on it. Like, just really a kind of an interesting thing for the icon. But so the first meme and the memes, the meme culture for Chuck Norris actually traces back to 2005, and it started in the Something Awful forums. So I don't know if anybody remembers somethingawful.com, but that was a wild website back in the day. It was kind of like because it predates 4chan.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, and was it Something Awful, and then there was Something Rotten. Both of those were just crazy websites back in the day. But yeah, they started out as Vin Diesel memes because it was just like dry jokes. They started out as Vin Diesel memes, but then turned into Chuck Norris memes. Seemed a lot more fitting. So anyhow, I've assembled a collection of some Chuck Norris memes for us to observe here. This is Death once had a near Chuck experience, which is relevant to today. Of course, Chuck Norris passed away on the 19th of March, surrounded by family and friends. I believe he was in Hawaii when it happened, but the family hasn't released the details of his death, but he was 86. So he probably died fighting a fucking wild boar or something. You know, I think we'll just go with the lore of he was fighting a herd of sharks and just got tired and laid down to take a nap. And, you know, as the Twitter posts have said, Chuck Norris isn't dead. He's just taking a nap and no one's afraid. No one wants to wake him up. But he's the man, the myth, the legend. So Chuck Norris once had
have we waited the 3 days? Sorry, have we waited the official 3 days to make sure he doesn't get up and crawl out of the cave yet?
Tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, we've got one more day, so tomorrow he might wake up. We don't know. We don't know. They might need to put a heavier rock in front of his cave. That would be fucking hilarious.
I mean, if he can push down the earth when he does push-ups.
Right.
Sorry, carry on.
Okay, so Chuck Norris played Russian roulette with a fully loaded gun and won. Here's one. Jesus can walk on water. Chuck Norris can swim through land. So I thought it was a good one. I didn't call the wrong number. You picked up the wrong phone. And then also, there's some really good ones that I think are fucking hilarious, and they're a more recent thing. And they're just Chuck Norris memes without the bottom text. And so I got a few of those here too, which I love them just for the ironic humor of them. So Chuck Norris is the reason. With nothing additional given here. Chuck Norris once pissed in a truck's diesel tank.
Oh dear.
Say, the reason dinosaurs were extinct was not because of a meteor. That paired with the angry look is good. And that goes along with the I don't think I have it here, but the one that there's no such thing as evolution, only a list of animals Chuck Norris allowed to live. See, I don't know if I got that one here. Nope, I didn't grab that one. Okay. Here's one. Bill Gates lives in constant fear.
If only he did.
Yeah, no shit. I remember the last time I lit a fart. With no further context. Chuck Norris can build a Lego house. And then this is the last one I got on deck here for memes, though. But here's Chuck Norris doesn't flush the toilet. So I probably find those funnier than a lot of other people just because I have teenage kids. But yeah, so we'll look at just go to a few other things here. So I've got some time. I'm going to talk about his martial arts career. So in the 60s, Chuck Norris trained a bunch of celebrities, something he was known for. So, and again, what got him into Hollywood. This is Steve McQueen here with the beard and the hair. So Steve McQueen trained with Chuck Norris, and he was the one who actually encouraged Chuck Norris to start getting into movies. Which, of course, we know he was in The Return of the Dragon with Bruce Lee, where he played the nemesis there. That was his first big role. He trained Bob Barker as well. And let's see. So this is, let me get to the slide here. So while he was opening studios throughout the 60s, he actually was competing professionally as a martial artist as well. And so there's tons of literature out there about his martial arts career. He lost actually his first two professional bouts. He lost by decision to, this is Joe Louis, lost to him by decision. And then Alan Steen, who is another guy he lost a decision. In 1967, he went on to defeat Skipper Mullins, who, let's see, Skipper Mullins is this guy here on the right of the picture. Of course, in the middle, you see Chuck Norris. And then this guy on the left is actually Joe Louis. And this is at a tournament where they're all vying for the trophy. Let's see. So on June 24th of 1967, he actually won the S. Henry Cho All-American Karate Championship at Madison Square Garden, where he fought Joe Louis. That's Joe Louis right there. The S. Henry Cho is an international Taekwondo tournament that's really big. So he had a lot of people in there. He actually had to beat 7 other people to get to that point. So in early 1968, he suffered his 10th and final career loss by decision to Luis Delgado, who was this guy on the cover of Karate Illustrated magazine. But later that year, he actually beat Delgado for a middleweight championship. And then that same year, he made his debut in his first movie, which was The Wrecking Crew, with Dean Martin.
Holy crap!
It's a he played a small role, but he was in this movie, 1968. This was a spy spoof. And of course, the next big movie he was in was Return of the Dragon with Bruce Lee, and you can see him down on the poster here. And he went on to have, which this movie ended up grossing $130 million worldwide. It was originally a Hong Kong movie, released in the United States, but went on to become incredibly internationally successful. Of course, Bruce Lee was already a very big star at that time, but it really drove, this was the one that launched Chuck Norris into the stardom that we knew him from.
Yeah.
He was in a bunch of other movies.
Just the previous one with Dean Martin, like that really kind of contextualizes how long Chuck was doing this. Like, it's one thing to go, oh, he was 86, and then you've got Walker from like the 90s. It's like, no. He was in movies with fucking Dean Martin.
Yeah, right. That's what I was like. Wow, he was in a fucking Dean Martin movie.
Now, that's
so
what
he's
blew my
been doing
mind.
this shit for a really long time.
He's been doing it so long that Dean Martin had hair.
Right. Dean Martin didn't have gray hair, wasn't wearing a wig. So, of course, some of his other most notable movies, Good Guys Wear Black. A Force of One, which I remember seeing this poster in the theaters and seeing it. There was a theater by my house that had old posters up, and I mean, of course, this came out in the early 80s, so I would have been old enough to see when it was in the theater, but this was a really big movie at the time. And then, of course, Lone Wolf McQuade, which is a movie where he's it's supposedly like a spaghetti western type movie with David Carradine, who's another martial artist, as we know. This character, Lone Wolf McQuade, actually became the inspiration for Walker, Texas Ranger. And of course, he was in the Missing in Action franchise, which I think there was like 2 or 3 of these.
Yeah, and there's Delta Force and
the Delta Force. So that's the next one I got here with Lee Marvin.
Again, contextualizing the age, like Lee Marvin's quite old there.
Right. Yeah, Lee Marvin was pretty old, but Lee Marvin had a good long career. And it's wild because he doesn't this is a movie from the 80s. And then, of course, he did Walker, and he doesn't look like much older.
Yeah, he basically looked like that forever after that.
Yeah, he did. He looked very similar for a very long time. This picture is from 1998, and this is his second wife. And then, of course, we got to the Chuck Norris revolver. So he was a very storied individual. This is an image from his Air Force days. He was one of the few people that was and someone posted this, I think might have been Danny posted this in the Discord, that the U.S. Marine Corps gave a tribute to Chuck Norris when he died, because he was one of only around 100 people who have ever been excuse me, inducted as an honorary Marine by the actual commandant of the Marine Corps. He was not he walked the walk. He did. He was an actual martial artist. He was an actual fighter. He was a businessman, and he was a philanthropist. He had he has a charity, or had a charity called Kickstart Kids, which he founded in 1990, and still has a website today. And the goal of which is to help kids stay off drugs by guiding them towards martial arts programs. So throughout his life, with his first wife, let's see, his first wife was here. This is his first wife. He married her the same year that he went into the Air Force and was with her for 30 years until 1988. Which again is like, he's such a like the meme has kept him such a relevant part of culture that, again, I don't think people realized, when he died, everybody was shocked. And then you hear he's like, oh, he was 86. And it's like, wow, Chuck Norris was 86? Again, no idea he was that old. But yeah, he'd been around and doing shit for a very long time. Had a very long career. This is young Chuck Norris with his two brothers, Eric and Wayland. Wayland would go on to actually die in Vietnam.
Oof.
So, yeah, it was unfortunate. And then his brother Eric was actually in movies with him later in life. He had a rough childhood. His father was an alcoholic, and so he came from extremely humble beginnings. He started, he was born in Oklahoma, and eventually when his mom and dad split, they moved to his mom moved them to California back when California wasn't completely gay. And he finished out high school there and joined the Air Force, and he wasn't anything special in high school. By his own words, he says he wasn't anything special. So he moved on from there to the Air Force, and like I said, that's where he first started practicing martial arts. And when he left the Air Force, in let's see, what year was that? He left the Air Force in 62. So he returned from the Air Force in 62, and that's when he started opening studios while trying to be a police officer. He actually worked for Northrop for a while and just had a really amazing life and a really amazing career. And he gifted us with so many hilarious memes, and so many movies that are, if you're into the action movies, he was one of the first, like, not big giant. He was an action movie that rivaled Stallone and Schwarzenegger, or an action star that rivaled Stallone and Schwarzenegger, but he wasn't that big musclehead guy. Of course, because he carried himself so well, that's what really led to the proliferation of the memes and the believability of the legend of Chuck Norris. So, with that being said, I'd like to say rest in peace while you're sleeping, Chuck Norris. His presence will definitely be missed, but I don't think his legend's going to die anytime soon. So that's a quick run through for Chuck Norris. So let's, and I already went through the memes. So let's go through, I guess we can move on to other memes if we want and wrap up there.
Yes.
If you're ready, Bez.
Well, kind of.
I know I've been dumping a bunch in chat here.
Yeah.
So
well, let's have a look at those. I got very distracted by one of them. It took me ages to actually get around to reading it. Right. So let's have a look at this one first. If it would, oh, good, it's going to open in the right window. That's a nice change.
Okay.
That's
I am watermelon.
You just got to brace yourself for that cat in room 1.
To be fair, it does look crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Speaking of kitties, my first World War, kind of nervous. I'd like to stop living in interesting times now, please.
Right.
Too late.
Oh dear, this is gonna be. Oh. If you think you're sports exciting, try cycling. Oh dear. Oopsie daisy. We got another one that I also have to mute quickly, apparently, because Firefox is gonna be. You're the kind of man they write books about gambling addiction, severe mental retardation, size doesn't matter, living with a micro penis, 328 pages of just the N word.
5 stars, an award-winning bestseller
by David Droll.
Oh, Prim's older brother. Yes, I see it now.
Oh dear. Breaking Canada unveiled a new design for the Canadian passport. We'll roll out this summer. It's not red. It's too big.
Try putting that thing in your back pocket.
At least you won't lose it.
Well, you might
God,
be able
I
to use
hate
that
that.
as a flying device.
God, I hate that font. That's so ugly.
Oh, it's so bland. Yeah.
It's so lame and modern.
It's too big, kills me though. God damn.
Yeah. Not something you've heard before, eh? Sir, white women need to let me rape them. You're being racist, sir. Having racial preferences in dating are racist, sir. It's not racial preference. You're just ugly.
Sorry.
They all look the same to me.
Speaking of ugly people, delicious estrogen budget for a delicious estrogen girl. Me, says the word I can't say on YouTube. Photographing something you want to show everyone. Males, object, females, face. Brilliant use of the meme.
I love that. To prove the point.
It proves the point.
My grandpa was a racist, and when I was 17 years old, my mom told him that he better get over it because his granddaughter was likely going to marry a black person. Here is to breaking generational curses and fuck racism.
I'm Joey, and this year I rescued myself and my son from domestic violence.
I'm just hung up on the nose thing.
God, yeah.
Oh.
Like, can you count the bad
And it's funny-
decisions?
Yeah, this woman became an activist against domestic violence at 2, which I think is even funnier.
Of course.
Grandpa?
You're a racist, Grandpa. Oh, yeah. Their stereotypes exist for a reason.
Mhm.
Yep.
Sorry if that makes you mad.
Yeah, well, what we got here, this looks interesting. One lie demands ever more lies to survive. The left doubles down on blank slate lies because the alternatives reconsider the legitimacy of their existence. We are blank slates. Africa is poor because of colonization. All Australians are caused by systemic racism. And the response is, don't touch that. It's a load-bearing delusion.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, the blank slate people are absolutely fucking retarded.
Yeah, we're clearly not blank slates. It's nature and nurture, obviously. To anyone except an academic.
it fits into the kind of that boomer truth of equality that we've all been told. You know, all men are created equal. Yeah, Europeans. But that's not true. And even though we start off equal, it doesn't mean we're the same. And I think they're really making that that's the big problem that people get hung up on is equal does not mean same.
Yeah.
We may be equal in the eyes of God and the law, but we are not the same.
No. And like the fact of it goes to if suddenly a virus wiped out all reproductive ability of humans and you created 50 million clones who were all obviously identical and just handed them out to random couples, those kids would turn out nothing alike. You'd have random English ones, you'd have poor ones in Africa that starved to death before they're one, you'd have Korean kids who speak Korean and do Korean things, you'd have Japanese ones who invade the Koreans, and God forbid you'd even have the French, like those poor bastards don't bear thinking about.
We have the French who are speaking Arabic right now.
Yeah. The Islamic
the new French.
Caliphate of France.
Yeah.
And all right, so next one. Send this to someone who eats sausages for the shape, not for the taste.
I already sent that to a few friends of mine.
What a good friend you are. Oh yeah, speaking of what happens to random kids, watching your mum turn a seatbelt warning into an officer-involved shooting. Oh, dear.
Dude, I just got recommended a YouTube channel. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it's a cop who reviews body cam footage and just showed this video of a woman in McDonald's. So she's mad because she says they made her sandwich wrong. Okay, so it's a fillet of fish. She said, "Oh, they made it wrong. They didn't put lettuce, tomato on there." And so the person at the restaurant hands the cop the receipt, and the cop's like, "It doesn't say lettuce and tomato. It doesn't say that you asked for lettuce and tomato on here." And then the manager at the McDonald's opens it up and is like, "She already took a couple bites out of it. I can't give her money back for that." And the black woman is like, "No, it's the law. You have to give me my money back." The woman's like, "No, if you ate it, I can't give you your money back. I'm sorry, I'm not giving you your money back because you ate it." And then she escalated it from there. The black lady escalated it from there to where the cop had to fucking arrest her and drop her out and drag her out of the fucking drag her out of McDonald's. So she turned, and she's the one who called the cops. So she turned that incident where she was upset about her fish sandwich into being fucking dragged out of a restaurant. Like, so I thought this was hilarious. Turn a seatbelt warning into an officer-involved shooting. She couldn't not fucking chimp out over it.
Yeah. Fortunately, your next meme ties in with this too. If I had $1 million to help black youth in my area, I would. Not.
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't. Yeah. Legitimately, though, if someone said, "Here's $1 million, do whatever you want with it," the last thing I'd do would be fucking charity. I'd be doing my best to set myself up for life on that.
Especially charity for lost causes.
But I wouldn't give it to fucking poor white kids either. I'd give it to disadvantaged and mid-30s autistic people. Me. With a little bit of self-control, you could turn $1 million into essentially living the rest of your life. It wouldn't be a great like interest rate or return of investment, but it'd probably cover minimum wage.
It would be at least a nice drop in the bucket, you know?
Yeah, it'd at least be enough guaranteed income that you won't have to worry about starving. You might be living in a fucking shoebox on the investment returns, but it'd be a stress-free shoebox, and then you could go do work or jobs or whatever.
Yeah, if I got handed $1 million, I'd still have to work. I'd just have a house to live in, and I wouldn't have to pay rent.
That's
I
fair.
can't even in my area, I can't even guarantee that I wouldn't have to have some kind of mortgage either. But at least I have a house. So,
well, the mad thing is, like,
then I just work to pay the taxes on it.
The house 2 up from me is apparently like a 3-bedroom, 2-story with an enclosed entertainment area downstairs. Over $800,000 it sold for. So if I had $1 million, I wouldn't buy a fucking house.
Right.
Because I still need money to fucking pay taxes. It'd be almost be better off putting it into get the closest thing to a guaranteed return investment you can put it into a stable investment, and
right,
like just rent a shoebox, because again, it'd be a stress-free shoebox.
Or you just rent a house in Detroit and buy fentanyl.
I mean,
you're always gonna have business then.
Who was it? Was it Daniel Bobcat?
That's
who
a
showed
guaranteed
me
income.
The price of housing in where he lives. If I had $1 million, even if it was an Australian $1 million, an American $1 million would be much better, though. But even if I had an Australian $1 million, I could go to wherever they live and buy like a 3-story mansion.
Yeah.
Oh, look who's come crawling back.
Let's go to the next meme.
Yes.
We got time to squeeze a few more in here.
We do. You just want to get to the next one after this. I bet he's thinking about being his own country again. Shooting someone who says, I'm from California, should be a form of self-defense. And of course, my favorite meme. Best thing. Apparently, is there any text on this one, Dave? I can't see any text.
Sorry, there's a meme here?
It's related to melons. I'm pretty sure it's related to melons.
I just the look on her face is so fucking.
She's got
great.
a face.
This goes so well together.
And people say that she isn't attractive. Fucking roses.
Yeah, those people are fucking retarded.
I mean, it's cope because they themselves are ugly, and also she's become a bit of an icon for a certain group of people, which the others hate.
Like obviously, there's somewhere she looks better. Again, Hollywood makeup and things, but even without the makeup, she's not ugly. And those tits add like several points to the scale.
She goes from like a 6 to an 8.
I think she's more than a 6, but yeah, those add a lot.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, we'll go from like a 8 to a 10.
Something like that. But there is a picture of her where they've done the lighting and the makeup and the clothing, and it's like, holy shit, is that the same woman? Going back to my Hoverton window thing, like, she's not an ugly woman, but once you add tens of thousands of hours of experienced makeup artists and lighting guys and fucking 8K cameras, god damn. Anyway, the actual text is the best thing about rap music is it encourages them to kill each other.
Yes.
I mean, there's no sentience there, so, you know.
And we'll go to this one. Speaking of homes, the older I get, the more I understand this man. God, I feel that's so hard.
Mm-hmm.
That would actually have a pretty good noise dampening effect too.
Yeah,
it would.
Yeah.
peace and quiet. Though the unfortunate part is how a lot of the retards close by will start fucking around in your woods.
That's why you get a
Not
very
if there's
dangerous
I mean-
fence.
Right.
With a property that size, you could have some lovely pets.
Right. Some fucking
I mean-
Rottweilers.
So you could always
Get a
go
wolf
and
pack.
apply, get properly licensed ordnance with a destructive
Yeah.
device and plant them around the perimeter.
This side towards
And then you give your
trespassers.
friends the map. Yeah, and then you give your friends the map, which is outside of the range of the weaponries.
I don't know. Depends on their spouse.
True. You can give it to your friend, and then you say that you send your spouse the other way.
Yeah, that would be great. There would be no wind. You'd never have to worry about wind at that fucking place.
Yeah.
Yeah. You couldn't want to be
noise
able to
would
hear
be-
a damn thing.
Exactly.
Although
no road noise.
I do object to them being in perfect lines because then you could get straight views through the trees because they're probably pine.
Mm,
So I would want them irregularly spaced.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think
could
he
see
has
that.
them like that because he wants to see through them.
I do wonder if that used to be a plantation. He's just like, but what if I only knock down a little bit?
Right. A tree farm.
Because those
I would
trees are
say
pretty good, well established.
No, that's definitely well planted. They're probably yellow pine.
Yeah. Well, still, I mean, in an ideal world where I had $100 million, that's way too close to the neighbors. Yeah, but so, if I only
Yeah.
had like a couple of million, that'd be an okay compromise.
Yep.
Well, it's like my sister's place, man. She built a house. They built a house on a couple of acres outside of town where there was fucking nobody around. Right. It was a little bit of a ways to get to her. Town was a little ways away. But now there's fucking developments right on her backyard.
Mm.
Like the farmers around her sold out the land and then they fucking built apartments and houses on them. So now she's in the middle of a fucking suburb instead of being out of the county area. So that's probably what he did. This guy built a nice house and then they fucking started building houses around him. And he's like, you know what? Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck this.
I'm building my own fucking forest.
Yeah, and depending on how fast those pines grow, it may have been quite cheap and not taken horrendously long.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Then again, if he planted them when they did put in the development application, that'd probably get above eye height if it's one of those super fast growing species.
But yeah, pines grow pretty quick.
Yeah.
That's why.
So-
I mean, it's clearly yellow pine.
Yeah.
Mm. Still, if you've got to live that close to your neighbors, that's not a fucking bad idea. Not a bad way of doing it.
I call dibs.
But that just means we're all getting old, boys.
To be fair, I think most of us
Yeah.
were born this
We're
way.
leveling up.
I've been saying for years that I'd love enough property to not be able to see my neighbors. Like, even if the land was flat, like, I want
no
them on the
shit.
other side of the fucking horizon, man. Oh, God, I hate people.
Have my own home in orbit, my own ISS.
Well, the win $100 million on the lottery pipe dream is buy my way into the US and buy some land where in the middle of fucking nowhere, where there's legitimately literally miles to the fence line. Throw Starlink and some solar panels up, and just sit there with my Starlink and air conditioning. that'd be it. And anyway,
The best part is it sound actually pretty fucking chill.
yeah, I think rather than you know what, we'll go to the Goblin Lady, and then we'll call it quits there.
But what about the Indian trying deodorant?
We're over time, Dream. The governor of Virginia has released an official state photo.
Oh,
You know what?
I mean,
I just want to say this. When I saw that fucking video where she rubbed her hands like that, I just thought to myself, can they go 5 fucking minutes without being a goddamn stereotype?
No.
No. Because she's also a glowy for the CIA. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yep, properly stamped.
She's the worst of all combinations.
But Besic, show the original photo. There you go.
That one.
That's what she actually did. It's not just a fucking meme.
That's horrific.
It's worse. Some say 6 million people have seen this meme.
88.4 thousand have seen this one. How many saw the original? I wonder. Fucking hell, 500,000.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh fucking hell. I'm so sick of these people. Like, Jesus Christ. CIA, of course. I'm talking about the CIA spooks. YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah, fucking hell. So Virginia now mandates 14% government contracts to certified not white men businesses.
Uh-huh.
And white men cannot bid on state contracts under $100,000. Fucking hell.
You know, that's
better than in
discrimination, and
Norway.
it would never stand up to constitutional scrutiny. So if somebody ever gets the inclination to sue over this, this will be deemed wholly it's a total violation of the 14th Amendment, total violation of the Equal Protection Clause. They can't say that you can't exclude someone on the basis of a characteristic they have no fucking control over.
Hasn't stopped the fucking government in most countries, even the US.
Yeah,
Well,
unfortunately, part of this bitch is that if you actually start trying to do something, you won't just have the CIA up your ass. You'll have something else up your ass too.
Mossad.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
No, MB.
So anyhow,
on that note, we'll wrap up. Thank you for joining me.
Come on, do the petite one too.
Shut up. If you want it, Shiny should have been here.
Damn it.
Yes, so thank you very much for joining us, boys. Apologies to Dave, who once again got squidged out the arse end because we can't shut up.
Oh,
I mean, I tried to make sure Dave went first, but no.
No, I got a good amount out, and we were able to give Chuck Norris a proper tribute to the memes with the memes. So
you know, that's like the first celebrity I've been sad about in a long time.
Yeah.
Most of them I'm doing different too. Some I cheer, but this one, oof, right in the memes.
Yeah.
And then finding out that Bruce Campbell has cancer.
Yeah. Fuck.
What?
God damn it.
Yeah.
What a week.
Well, he's gonna beat that, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's something at least. Well, on that delightful note, thank you as well to chat for joining us. For the subscribers, it was next Sunday, Trim?
It was the 29th.
Yes. So join us for that. Subscribers, and if you'd like to be a subscriber, head over to Subscribestar and you can give us money and get involved that way. It's always a riot. Dave's usually very nice and brings along some Jackbox games and Jackbox games and turns off all the filters.
Yes.
I can never play that in public. Just accidentally meme myself into actors. Oh dear. On that lovely note, we will call it here. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you next time. Shadilay, everybody.
Shadilay, folks.